Tonight, we begin with a question that sounds simple, but hides a nightmare. What would it actually be like to step into the sandals of a Roman gladiator? Forget the muscled heroes of Hollywood, the glory of Russell Crowe raising his sword to adoring crowds, the romantic notion of warrior poets fighting for honor and freedom. Strip away the dramatic lighting and the orchestral scores, and what you're left with is something far more visceral, far more terrifying, and infinitely more fascinating than any movie could capture. You're about to discover why the arena wasn't a path to glory, but a meat grinder designed to extract every ounce of entertainment value from human suffering before discarding what remained. Picture this. It's a sweltering afternoon in Rome, circa 107 AD, and you've just been shoved through the heavy wooden doors of a gladiatorial school, a ludus, where the stench of sweat, blood, and fear forms a physical presence in the air, thick enough to taste. You're not here because you dreamed of becoming a warrior. You're here because you're property now. Whether you were a prisoner of war, a condemned criminal, or so desperately poor that you sold yourself into this hell for a signing bonus that won't even cover your funeral expenses. The lanista, the owner of this establishment, looks you up and down with the same expression a butcher might give a questionable cut of meat, calculating not your potential for greatness, but your market value as a commodity. How many fights he can squeeze out of your body before it breaks down completely. How much coin the mob will pay to watch you bleed. Welcome to the ludus, where your training begins not with inspiration, but with the brutal understanding that you are livestock being fattened for slaughter. Where the romance dies the moment you realize that most gladiators never become famous, never earn their freedom, and never see their families again. You're standing in a courtyard surrounded by cells barely large enough to lie down in, where men who used to be soldiers, farmers, and free citizens now exist in a state of perpetual readiness for violence. Their bodies covered in scars that map out every close call, every lucky survival, every moment they should have died, but somehow didn't. The food you're about to eat isn't the protein-rich diet of athletes, but a carbohydrate-heavy slop designed to build a layer of fat over your muscles. Because while Hollywood gladiators look like bodybuilders, real gladiators needed that subcutaneous padding to protect vital organs from the shallow cuts that were meant to draw blood and excite crowds without immediately killing the entertainment. Your trainer, a former gladiator who survived long enough to retire with enough working limbs to be useful, approaches with a wooden sword, a rudis, and the look in his eyes tells you everything you need to know about what's coming. Pain, humiliation, and the systematic breaking down of whatever you used to. Be so you can be rebuilt into something that might survive 30 seconds in the arena. He doesn't see a person standing before him. He sees an investment that needs to start paying dividends before the lanista loses patience and sells you to a cheaper school where the training is worse, and the survival rate makes this place look like a vacation resort. You're about to learn that gladiatorial combat wasn't the skilled, honorable dueling you've seen in films, but a calculated spectacle where matchmakers deliberately paired fighters in ways designed to create interesting deaths, where heavily armored troops faced nearly naked opponents wielding nets and tridents, where fairness was never the point because the crowd didn't pay to see justice. They paid to see creativity in killing. The wooden sword in your hand feels heavier than it should. And as your trainer circles you with the casual menace of a predator who knows exactly how this encounter will end, you understand with sudden, gut-wrenching clarity that everything you thought you knew about gladiators was a lie constructed by centuries of romanticism, propaganda, and the desperate human need to find nobility in senseless violence. But here's the thing that should really keep you awake at night. You haven't even made it to the arena yet. And already the odds of your survival are plummeting with each passing moment. Because the training itself is designed to kill the weak, to break the unfortunate, and to identify the tiny percentage of fighters who might actually be worth the investment of continued feeding. If you're enjoying this story, make sure to subscribe so you'll always know when a new one is uploaded. And I'd love to hear from you. Share in the comments where you're listening from and what time of day it is for you. Your first morning in the ludus begins before dawn, when you're dragged from whatever restless, nightmare-plagued sleep you managed to achieve in your cell. The stone floor having left your bones aching and your muscles already protesting before the real pain even begins. The other gladiators move with mechanical efficiency, having learned through brutal experience that hesitation earns punishment, that questions earn beatings, and that the only way to survive is to become exactly what the system demands. An obedient killing machine with just enough self-preservation instinct to put on a good show before dying. You shuffle into the courtyard with 30 other men, some barely more than boys, others grizzled veterans whose scars have scars. And the hierarchy becomes immediately apparent in the way bodies arrange themselves. The strong taking the better training positions, while the weak cluster toward the back, where the trainer's attention falls like a hammer on inadequate nails. The meal that's thrust into your hands resembles porridge but tastes like despair mixed with barley. The gruel thick and starchy and designed not for flavor but for function. Packing your stomach with cheap calories that will build the protective fat layer your trainers consider essential. Though the concept of caring about your nutrition is laughable when you realize they're fattening you the way farmers fatten pigs before market day. You eat standing up because sitting is considered a luxury. And around you, the morning routine unfolds with the precision of a military operation, buckets of water for washing, the communal latrine trench that destroys any illusion of privacy or dignity. The weapons check where trainers ensure that nothing real has somehow infiltrated the arsenal of wooden practice equipment, because an unsupervised gladiator with an actual sword represents a very expensive security risk. The sun rises over the walls of the ludus, and with it comes the heat that will define your existence. The relentless Mediterranean climate, turning the training ground into an open-air oven, where you'll learn to fight while your brain cooks and your vision swims and your body screams for water that comes in rationed amounts, because dehydration is just another test of whether you're worth keeping alive. Your trainer, whose name you'll learn is Marcus, though you'll never be permitted to use it, addresses the assembled gladiators with the bored tone of a man who's given this same speech to 1,000 dead men walking, explaining that your body no longer belongs to you, that your time is not your own, that your only value lies in your ability to die entertainingly, or, if you're very lucky and very skilled, to kill entertainingly enough that the crowd demands you be allowed to live another day. He divides the recruits into groups based on body type, because gladiatorial combat operates on a rigid classification system that makes modern weight classes look flexible. And you watch as the largest men are directed toward the heavy armor of the murmillo, while the quick and agile are assessed for the retiarius role with its net and trident, and the unfortunate middle ground where you fall means you'll likely be trained as a secutor or thraex, roles that combine just enough protection to survive the opening moments with just enough vulnerability to die interestingly if things go wrong. The wooden sword feels absurd in your hand, lighter than you expected, but somehow more substantial than any tool you've ever held. And when Marcus demonstrates the proper grip, the correct stance, the essential footwork that might keep you alive for an additional 30 seconds in actual combat, you realize with creeping horror that this isn't training for war, but training for performance. That everything you're about to learn is designed not to make you an efficient killer, but to make you an efficient spectacle. A participant in ritualized murder that follows strict rules about aesthetics, timing, and audience engagement. The first drill is simple. Thrust, recover, thrust, recover. The motion repeated until your shoulder burns and your forearm trembles and sweat pours down your face in rivers. And Marcus walks among the recruits, correcting form with vicious efficiency. His wooden training rod cracking across backs and legs and arms whenever someone's technique slips below acceptable standards. The casual violence of his instruction making it clear that pain is the primary teaching tool in this institution. That your body will learn through suffering what your mind might be too slow to grasp. Around you, other trainers work with their assigned groups, and the sounds of wood on wood, grunts of effort, screams of pain, and barked instructions create a symphony of institutional brutality that echoes off the stone walls and reminds you that this is your new reality. That the world beyond these walls might as well not exist. That your previous life has been erased as thoroughly as if you died, which in many ways you have, because the person you were before entering the ludus is gone, replaced by this creature learning to thrust a wooden sword with proper form. The morning stretches into afternoon without pause, without water breaks, except when Marcus decides the collapse rate has reached problematic levels, without mercy or consideration for the fact that your muscles are screaming and your hands are blistering and your entire body feels like it's been beaten with clubs. Which, in essence, it has, because training is indistinguishable from punishment in this place, where the line between education and torture has been deliberately erased. You learn that gladiatorial schools operate on a simple economic principle. Invest minimal resources in keeping slaves alive while extracting maximum value from their combat potential. And if the mortality rate during training seems high, well, there's always another shipment of prisoners, another batch of desperate volunteers, another supply of human raw material to feed into the machine that churns out arena fighters the way a mill churns out flour. By the time the sun begins to set, you've repeated the same basic thrust thousands of times, your muscle memory beginning to encode the motion even as your conscious mind rebels against the absurdity of it all. And when Marcus finally calls an end to the day's training, the relief is so profound, it almost makes you forget that tomorrow will be identical, and the day after that, and the day after that. An endless succession of brutal repetition designed to transform your body into a weapon while systematically destroying whatever remained of your spirit. The second week of training introduces you to the concept that physical pain is just the opening act in the gladiatorial education. Because what truly breaks men isn't the exhaustion or the beatings or even the heat, but the systematic psychological dismantling that occurs when you're forced to practice killing techniques on people who are simultaneously your cellmates, your only companions, and your future competitors in mortal combat. Marcus pairs you with another recruit, a Gaul who speaks minimal Latin and whose eyes reflect the same mixture of terror and resignation you see in your own face when you catch glimpses of your reflection in the morning wash water, and you're instructed to run through combat drills where you take turns being the aggressor and the defender, the attacker and the target, learning not just how to strike, but how to receive strikes, how to fall convincingly, how to make your suffering look authentic enough to satisfy whatever bloodthirsty mob will eventually judge your performance. The wooden swords crack against wooden shields with sounds that echo off the courtyard walls, and you discover that even practice weapons can raise bruises, split skin, and break bones if wielded with sufficient enthusiasm, which Marcus certainly demonstrates when he decides that your defensive posture looks insufficiently convincing and personally corrects your form by slamming his training rod into your ribs hard enough to take your breath and drop you to your knees, gasping. The lesson isn't subtle. In the arena, your pain is currency, your blood is spectacle, and your ability to perform agony with theatrical flair might be the only thing that saves you from actual death. Because crowds are fickle creatures who sometimes grant mercy to fighters who die beautifully and withhold it from those who perish in boring fashion. You learn the different gladiatorial classes in detail now, memorizing the distinctions that mean life or death in the arena, understanding that the Mormillo with his fish-crested helmet and large rectangular shield has advantages against certain opponents but fatal vulnerabilities against others. That the retiarius, with his net and trident, looks almost naked in comparison, but possesses range and mobility that can embarrass heavily armored fighters. That the Thraex, with his curved sword and small shield, occupies a middle ground of versatility that makes him useful for a variety of matchups, but excellent at none. Your body type and the Lanista's assessment of your potential entertainment value determine that you'll train as a secutor, a chaser, designed specifically to hunt retiarii, and characterized by a smooth, egg-shaped helmet that prevents nets from catching, a straight sword, and a large rectangular shield that offers protection while limiting mobility. And you understand with grim clarity that this classification isn't about playing to your strengths, but about fitting you into the existing ecosystem of arena combat, where every fighter type has natural predators and prey. The training becomes more specific now, focused on the particular challenges your designated role will face, and you spend hours learning how to advance on an opponent with a net, how to use your shield to deflect trident thrusts, how to close distance against someone actively trying to entangle you. And the repetition would be mind-numbing, except that the stakes are so viscerally real that every drill carries the weight of actual survival preparation. Marcus brings in a veteran Red-Eye Arius to demonstrate proper technique, and you watch in horrified fascination as this scarred, aging fighter explains how he's killed 11 men in the arena, his voice carrying neither pride nor shame, but simply the flat effect of someone describing a particularly repetitive job. And when he demonstrates how to cast a net properly, how to coordinate the throwing motion with a simultaneous trident thrust, how to maintain distance while slowly exhausting an armored opponent, you realize that gladiatorial combat is a craft like any other, requiring skill and practice and experience. Except the apprenticeship involves watching people die, and the journeyman phase requires killing them yourself. The afternoon brings sparring sessions with actual protective gear, and you're fitted with padding that's supposed to prevent serious injury during practice. Though the definition of serious seems remarkably flexible, given that several recruits leave the session bleeding from head wounds and one has clearly broken his arm. though Marcus merely directs him to the medical area with a dismissive wave that suggests broken bones are about as noteworthy as scraped knees. Your Gaulish partner moves with surprising grace for such a large man, and during your sparring you land several good hits while he returns the favor with interest. A wooden sword thrust that gets past your guard and slams into your padded stomach hard enough to make you taste the morning's barley gruel for a second time. And when you both collapse afterward, gasping and sweating and aching, there's a moment of shared humanity in the exhaustion before you remember that this man might eventually be ordered to kill you or you him. That the brotherhood being forged through shared suffering is exactly the kind of bond the lanista can exploit by forcing friends to fight each other for the amusement of strangers. The evening brings the first serious injury you witness: a recruit who moves too slowly and takes a wooden sword to the temple. With enough force that he drops like a puppet with cut strings, blood pooling from his ear as his body convulses. And the casual way the trainers drag him out of the courtyard while the rest of you continue drilling tells you everything you need to know about the value the ludus places on individual lives. Your property, commodities, inventory to be managed. And if the training process breaks too many items before they reach market, well, the lanista simply adjusts his purchasing strategy and buys more raw material to replace the losses. The entire system operating with the ruthless efficiency of any successful business built on human suffering and sustained by the public's insatiable appetite for blood sport. The medical tent where injured gladiators receive treatment isn't the clean, professional facility you might imagine, but rather a shadowy corner of the ludus, where a Greek physician named Galen practices his craft with the weary competence of someone who set too many bones and stitched too many wounds to maintain any illusions about the nobility of his profession. You end up here on the 15th day of training when a sparring session goes wrong, and you take a wooden sword across the forearm with enough force to open a gash that bleeds with alarming enthusiasm. And as Galen works on you with needle and thread, his commentary about wound care transforms into an impromptu lecture about gladiatorial mortality that makes your current injury seem trivial by comparison. He explains, in the matter-of-fact tone of someone discussing crop yields rather than human death, that approximately 1 in 5 gladiators dies during their first year of training, not from dramatic combat injuries, but from infection, malnutrition, heat stroke, and the accumulated stress of institutional brutality, and that those who survive to reach the arena face odds that vary wildly depending on their skill, their fame, and the whims of whatever magistrate or emperor is sponsoring the games. The stitching hurts worse than the original wound. Each pull of thread through your flesh, a sharp reminder that your body is just meat now. Inventory to be maintained rather than a person to be cared for. And Galen's clinical detachment as he works makes it clear that he's perfected the art of seeing patients as medical problems rather than suffering humans, because the alternative would be psychological catastrophe for someone treating injuries all day, every day. You learn that gladiatorial medicine exists in a strange ethical space where physicians are simultaneously trying to keep fighters alive, while knowing that success means sending them back to an environment designed to eventually kill them. And Galen admits with startling frankness that he sometimes wonders whether infection might be a mercy compared to surviving long enough to face a skilled opponent in front of 70,000 screaming Romans who've paid good money to see someone die. The medical tent smells of blood, herbs, and the sour stench of men who've lost control of bodily functions during treatment. And around you, Other injured gladiators receive care ranging from simple bandaging to emergency amputations. The latter performed with disturbing frequency, given how many training accidents involve crushed hands, shattered feet, and mangled limbs that cannot be saved. Though Galen explains that he tries to leave fighters with enough functionality to potentially survive, even if they're missing a finger or two, because the lanista doesn't like writing off investments prematurely. You watch a veteran fighter get treatment for an infected wound on his thigh, the flesh around the injury swollen and discolored. And Galen's muttered curses as he lances the abscess and drains the pus suggest that this particular case might not have a happy ending. That the fever burning in the man's eyes indicates systemic infection beyond the reach of herbal remedies and clean water. And sure enough, 3 days later, that same fighter disappears from the morning roll call with the permanent finality that everyone understands, but nobody discusses. The conversation in the medical tent turns to the specifics of arena injuries. And Galen describes the patterns he's observed after treating thousands of combat wounds, explaining that most gladiatorial deaths come not from single dramatic strikes, but from accumulated damage, blood loss, and shock. That the human body can survive astonishing amounts of trauma if vital organs are avoided, but that even shallow wounds can prove fatal if they sever major blood vessels or introduce infection into the bloodstream. He shows you scars on previous patients, pointing out the difference between cutting wounds from swords, puncture wounds from tridents, and crushing injuries from heavy weapons. His impromptu anatomy lesson both fascinating and horrifying, as you realize how many specific ways the human body can be damaged, how many particular failures can lead to death, how many systems must continue functioning for survival to remain possible. The psychological toll of gladiatorial medicine weighs visibly on Galen despite his professional detachment. And in an unguarded moment, he admits that he drinks more wine than is probably wise, that he has nightmares about the men he couldn't save, that he sometimes wishes the gods had granted him different talents that might have led to a less soul-crushing profession, though he acknowledges that physician work in a ludus pays better than most alternatives and at least involves trying to preserve life rather than actively destroying it. You ask about the possibility of survival, about whether gladiators ever actually earn their freedom through victory. And Galen's response is neither encouraging nor completely hopeless, explaining that perhaps 1 in 10 fighters who survive long enough to become famous eventually receives the wooden sword that symbolizes manumission, but that survival requires not just skill, but political awareness, crowd management, and the kind of luck that keeps you from facing an emperor's favorite fighter on a day when the emperor needs someone to die spectacularly to make a political point. The medical examination concludes with Galen pronouncing your stitches adequate and warning you to keep the wound clean, which in the ludus environment is roughly as practical as keeping dry during a rainstorm. And as you return to your cell with your arm throbbing and your head full of mortality statistics, you understand that the training isn't just teaching you how to fight, but systematically educating you about all the specific ways you're likely to die. A curriculum designed to replace hope with pragmatic acceptance of your probable fate. The nights in the ludus carry their own particular horror, a psychological torture that somehow manages to be worse than the physical brutality of daytime training, because darkness brings no respite, no peace, just the amplified awareness of your situation and the sounds of 30 desperate men trying to process their new reality in cells barely large enough to contain their bodies, let alone their fear. You lie on stone that seems to radiate cold despite the Mediterranean heat. Your muscles twitching with exhaustion, your fresh stitches throbbing with each heartbeat. And around you, the ludus comes alive with the nocturnal sounds of institutional suffering. Men weeping quietly enough that they hope nobody hears. Others praying to gods who seem remarkably uninterested in gladiatorial welfare. A few engaging in the kind of mindless conversation that serves no purpose except to fill the darkness with something other than contemplation of mortality. Sleep comes in fragments, brief intervals of unconsciousness interrupted by nightmares that merge training scenarios with childhood memories and produce surreal, fever dream narratives, where your mother watches from arena seats, while Marcus corrects your sword form with increasingly creative brutality. The cells have no doors, just bars that allow the guards to monitor their valuable inventory, while simultaneously ensuring that privacy is as extinct as hope. And you quickly learn that nighttime in a gladiatorial school operates under different rules than daylight hours. A shadow economy of favors, threats, and desperate transactions conducted in whispers between men who've discovered that small comforts become invaluable when you're facing death on an installment plan. Some of the veteran gladiators have accumulated minor luxuries through years of survival. Extra blankets, better food smuggled from sympathetic kitchen workers, even small amounts of coin hidden in crevices that represent the pathetic accumulation of winnings from the rare occasions when spectators throw money to fighters who provided particularly entertaining violence. The social hierarchy that seemed rigid during training becomes even more pronounced at night, when the truly dangerous men make it clear through casual acts of intimidation that they control access to the limited resources available. The challenging their authority earns consequences ranging from stolen food to more visceral demonstrations of dominance. And you understand with sinking clarity that surviving the ludus requires navigating social dynamics as complex and potentially lethal as anything you'll face in actual combat. Your Gaulish training partner occupies the cell next to yours, and through the bars, you conduct halting conversations in broken Latin supplemented with gestures. Learning that he was a farmer before Roman legions swept through his village and turned survivors into slaves. That he has a wife and children somewhere who probably believe he's dead. That he volunteered for gladiatorial service because at least it offered the theoretical possibility of earning freedom, whereas agricultural slavery guaranteed only slow death from overwork and malnutrition. The intimacy of these nighttime conversations creates bonds that training actively discourages. And you find yourself caring about this man's survival in a way that's probably tactically unwise, given that the lanista might eventually profit from arranging your mutual destruction. But the human need for connection proves stronger than strategic self-interest. And you share the small mercy of knowing that at least one other person in this hell sees you as something more than competition or commodity. The guards make their rounds with predictable regularity, their footsteps and lamplight announcing their presence long before they reach each corridor. And you learn to recognize the different guards by their walking patterns, their habits, the particular ways they perform their duties. Because in an environment where everything is controlled and monitored, even tiny variations in routine become noteworthy, potentially exploitable pieces of intelligence that might someday prove useful. One guard, an older man named Cassius, who moves with the careful gait of someone nursing old injuries, sometimes stops to talk with veteran gladiators, exchanging news from the city, discussing upcoming games, providing information that's technically forbidden, but that he shares anyway, with the casual rule-breaking of someone who's been doing this job long enough to understand that small mercies cost nothing and might even improve behavior among men who have every reason to rebel. You overhear these conversations from your cell, learning about the political situation in Rome, the emperor's moods, the scheduled games that will require fresh gladiators, the rumors about which Lannistas are buying and selling fighters. And this second-hand intelligence provides your only window into the world beyond the ludus walls, a reminder that normal life continues elsewhere, even as you're being prepared for ritualized murder. The ludus at night reveals aspects of gladiatorial life that daylight obscures, including the extent to which fighters self-medicate with whatever substances they can acquire to manage pain, fear, and the psychological weight of their circumstances. And you watch men trade favors for wine, for poppy extract, for anything that might provide a few hours of numbness or oblivion, or simply the illusion of being somewhere else. Some gladiators have clearly been doing this for years, their bodies carrying the accumulated damage of dozens of fights. And at night, when the requirements of maintaining warrior personas relax, you can see the real cost in how they move, how they breathe, how they arrange their damaged bodies in positions that minimize pain. These living testimonies to the unsustainability of gladiatorial careers, even for those who achieve survival beyond reasonable expectation. The sounds of the ludus at night include things you'd prefer not to hear. The muffled sounds of men who've given up any pretense of dignity, engaging in whatever activities provide comfort or relief. The occasional scream from someone whose nightmares have become indistinguishable from waking life. The rhythmic clanking of chains when someone shifts position, and underlying everything the constant low hum of institutional ventilation. Guards talking in distant rooms. The city beyond the walls conducting its nocturnal business with complete indifference to the suffering contained within these specific walls. The fourth week of training marks a transition from basic skills to specialized techniques, and Marcus announces with characteristic bluntness that the survival rate drops significantly during this phase because advanced training requires using actual metal weapons under controlled conditions, and controlled is a remarkably flexible term when applied to men who've been systematically taught to kill each other and then handed sharp objects with which to practice. You're issued your first real gladius, a short sword that feels simultaneously lighter and more substantial than the wooden practice version. The balance different, the edge capable of cutting through flesh and bone with the casual efficiency that wood could never match. And holding it creates a psychological shift that's difficult to articulate. A recognition that you've crossed some threshold from pretend violence to actual capacity for killing. The training with metal weapons follows strict protocols designed to minimize casualties while still providing realistic practice, which means you're paired with opponents and instructed to fight at half speed, pulling strikes before they connect, developing the muscle memory of lethal techniques without actually executing them. Though mistakes still happen with disturbing frequency, and the medical tent sees a steady stream of puncture wounds, slashed arms, and the occasional more serious injury that demonstrates exactly how thin the line is between controlled practice and accidental murder. Your secular training becomes increasingly specific, focusing on the techniques required to defeat a retiarius, and you spend hours learning to advance behind your shield while minimizing exposed areas, how to deflect net throws with shield or sword, How to close distance against an opponent whose primary strategy involves keeping you at range where his trident provides maximum advantage. And the complexity of the tactical problem becomes apparent as you realize that gladiatorial combat isn't just about strength or speed, but about managing distance, timing, and the psychological warfare of forcing opponents into positions where their weapons become liabilities. Marcus brings in a champion retiarius named Tiberius, a man who survived 15 arena matches and carries himself with the casual arrogance of someone who's mastered his craft. And watching him work is simultaneously instructive and terrifying, because he makes combat look almost effortless, his movements economical and precise, his net deployment so smooth that by the time you realize you should react, you're already entangled. His trident finding openings in your defense, with the inevitability of water finding cracks in stone. Tiberius explains his philosophy during a rare training break, discussing combat as if it were chess rather than violence. Talking about creating situations where opponents have no good options, where every choice leads to incremental disadvantage, where the fight is essentially over before the killing strike lands because you've been systematically stripped of defensive capacity through a series of small tactical defeats. The psychological dimension of arena combat becomes increasingly emphasized, and you learn that gladiatorial matches aren't won just through superior technique, but through the ability to read opponents, to recognize fear and exploit it, to project confidence even when you're terrified, to manipulate crowd reactions in ways that might influence match outcomes, because referees and sponsors sometimes grant mercy to fighters who provided sufficient entertainment value or demonstrated qualities the audience admires. You watch veteran gladiators practice their arena personas, the theatrical elements of their combat style, learning that successful fighters develop recognizable signatures that make them valuable to promoters and memorable to crowds. That survival often depends on becoming a character rather than just a fighter, on giving audiences someone to root for or against with enough enthusiasm that your continued existence becomes commercially valuable. The ludus courtyard fills with the sounds of metal on metal, shields splintering under sword strikes, the grunts and shouts of men pushing their bodies to the edge of collapse. And the air takes on a different quality now that real weapons are involved. A tension that wasn't present during wooden sword drills because everyone understands that mistakes have permanent consequences, that a poorly timed block could result in severed fingers, that overconfidence could lead to punctured lungs, that the margin between acceptable risk and catastrophic injury is measured in fractions of seconds and inches. Your body begins to show the accumulated wear of intense training. Muscles developing in specific patterns dictated by your fighting style, calluses forming on hands and feet, chronic aches settling into joints that are asked to perform the same violent motions thousands of times per day. And you recognize these physical changes as both adaptation and damage. Your body being reshaped into something more capable of violence, but also more vulnerable to the specific injuries that gladiatorial combat inflicts. The diet changes again during advanced training, with increased protein to support muscle development, but still heavy on barley and beans, because the Lanista's calculations about optimal gladiator nutrition remain focused on creating that protective fat layer while building enough strength to make fights interesting. And you eat mechanically. The food's taste irrelevant compared to its function as fuel for a machine that exists to perform violence. Evening brings tactical lectures, where Marcus uses sand tables and wooden figurines to demonstrate arena strategies. showing how different gladiator types should approach various opponents, explaining the geometry of combat spaces and how to use arena features like poles or barriers to create tactical advantages. And these lessons reveal the extent to which gladiatorial combat is a studied discipline with established principles and theoretical frameworks that have been refined over generations of blood-soaked practice. You learn about famous historical matches, legendary gladiators whose names still resonate years after their deaths, and the stories serve multiple purposes. Inspiration for those who need to believe survival is possible. Cautionary tales about specific tactical mistakes that proved fatal. And propaganda designed to make you think of arena combat as honorable, rather than as the systematic exploitation of human suffering for entertainment purposes. Though by this point, you're too cynical to fully buy the mythology, even while understanding its psychological utility. The lanista visits the training ground on a cool morning in your 6th week, his presence transforming the atmosphere from merely oppressive to actively terrifying, because this man holds absolute power over every aspect of your existence. And his assessments determine whether you continue training, get sold to a lesser school, or simply disappear into whatever disposal system Rome uses for gladiatorial rejects who fail to meet commercial viability standards. He watches the morning drills with the expression of a merchant evaluating livestock, occasionally pointing at specific fighters and making comments to Marcus that you can't hear, but that you desperately want to, because your fate might be decided in those casual observations. In whether your sword work looks sufficiently promising to justify continued investment, or whether you're written off as a bad purchase whose training costs have already exceeded potential return. The inspection lasts 2 hours, during which every fighter performs with desperate intensity, knowing that this is their audition for continued survival. And you watch men who normally save energy for later in the day push themselves to exhaustion in the first 30 minutes, driven by the terrible awareness that the lanista's approval might be the only thing standing between them and disposal through whatever efficient bureaucratic process handles failed gladiators. Your turn comes when Marcus calls you forward to demonstrate secutor techniques against a retiarius, and suddenly you're performing for an audience of one whose opinion matters infinitely more than any crowd will ever matter. And the pressure transforms every movement into a calculation about what will impress versus what might reveal weakness. Every choice loaded with consequences that extend beyond this specific moment to encompass your entire future or lack thereof. The retiarius you're matched against is Tiberius, the champion, and you understand immediately that this is both opportunity and trap, a chance to demonstrate skill against a renowned opponent, but also a setup where failure is almost guaranteed given his experience advantage. And as you face him across the sand, you recognize this as the lanista's version of due diligence. Seeing how a developing fighter performs under pressure against superior opposition, Tiberius grants you no mercy despite the training context, his net spinning toward your position with professional precision. And you manage to deflect it with your shield, though the impact nearly knocks the shield from your grip, demonstrating both successful technique and the raw power differential between veteran and recruit. And as you close distance, your movements feel simultaneously too fast and too slow. Your training screaming to advance, while your survival instinct urges caution. You land a successful strike against Tiberius's extended arm. A touch rather than a cut, given that this is still practice, and the acknowledgement in his eyes. suggests you've done something correctly, even as his trident finds your ribs with a pullback thrust that would have punctured your lung in actual combat. And the exchange concludes with both fighters having demonstrated competence at their respective roles, which is probably the best outcome you could have hoped for. The lanista nods, a minimal gesture that might indicate approval or might mean nothing at all. And Marcus calls forward the next fighter while you return to your position among the assembled gladiators, your heart still pounding from the adrenaline of performance under absolute scrutiny, wondering whether you've just secured your continued training or merely delayed inevitable disposal by a few weeks. The inspection concludes with the lanista selecting 3 fighters for immediate sale to another school, men whose training has apparently plateaued at insufficient levels, and watching them being led away creates a complex mixture of relief that you weren't selected and guilt that your survival comes at the cost of their displacement, though the guilt is a luxury you can't afford to indulge, because empathy is a tactical disadvantage in an environment designed to reward ruthless self-interest. That afternoon brings news that spreads through the ludus with the speed of actual wildfire, whispered conversations in corners and urgent gestures between cells. And you learn that games have been scheduled for 3 weeks hence, sponsored by a wealthy senator celebrating his son's marriage. And the lanista will be providing gladiators for the undercard matches, the preliminary fights that warm up crowds before the main attractions, which means some of the current training cohort will be selected for their first arena appearance far sooner than anyone expected. The announcement transforms the training ground atmosphere from competitive to desperately competitive, because now every drill is simultaneously preparation and audition. Every sparring session a chance to demonstrate readiness or reveal inadequacy. And the social dynamics shift as fighters calculate whether their best strategy is to help training partners improve or to subtly sabotage them to improve their own relative ranking in the selection process. You find yourself caught in ethical contradictions that have no good solutions, wanting to help your Gaulish friend succeed while recognizing that his success might mean his selection for games you're not ready to face, or alternatively, that your own success might leave him behind when selections occur. And the systematic erosion of human solidarity reveals itself as one of the ludus's most effective control mechanisms, turning potential allies into competitors and ensuring the collective action remains impossible. Marcus increases training intensity in response to the upcoming games, adding evening sessions that extend past sunset and eliminate whatever small amount of rest the schedule previously allowed. And the message is clear. The lanista expects return on investment, and gladiators who fail to provide entertaining deaths or improbable victories represent business failures that will be noted and remembered, affecting future opportunities for those who survive and influencing the lanista's purchasing decisions for future cohorts. You train until your body feels like it might simply stop functioning, until your sword arm trembles so badly you can barely maintain your grip, until the simple act of standing becomes an exercise in willpower rather than automatic physical capability. And around you, other fighters push themselves with similar desperation because the alternative to being ready is being sent into the arena unready, which is functionally equivalent to execution with extra steps and audience participation. The cell that night feels different, charged with the collective anxiety of men who know they're approaching a threshold beyond which speculation becomes reality. And sleep comes even harder than usual as you lie in darkness, contemplating the statistical probability that some percentage of the current training cohort will be dead within a month. That you might be among them. That all the preparation and suffering and systematic dehumanization might culminate in 30 seconds of actual combat, followed by permanent cessation of everything you are or might become. The selection happens on a morning that starts identically to every other morning, which somehow makes it worse because you've been expecting ceremony or gravitas, or at least some acknowledgement that lives are about to be irrevocably changed. But instead, Marcus simply reads names from a wax tablet with the same inflection he uses when announcing latrine duty assignments. And when your name comes forth on a list of 12, you experience a sensation that transcends mere fear, something closer to vertigo. The psychological equivalent of stepping off a cliff into darkness and discovering that the fall takes longer than you expected and that you remain conscious throughout the entire descent. The 12 selected fighters are separated from the general training population and moved to a different section of the ludus, cells closer to the armory. And the physical relocation creates psychological distance from the men you've trained beside. A separation that reinforces the reality that you're no longer merely training for potential future combat, but preparing for specific scheduled violence that will occur in exactly 17 days, whether you're ready or not. The specialized pre-arena training begins immediately, with focus shifting from general technique to specific preparations for the format of the upcoming games. And you learn that you'll be fighting in pairs against pairs. A tag team format designed to increase visual complexity and entertainment value. Your secutor role paired with a Murmillo named Quintus, whose build suggests former military service, and whose scarred face indicates this isn't his first arena appearance, despite his presence in the current training cohort. Quintus explains during a brief conversation that he's a volunteer, a free man who sold himself into gladiatorial service for the signing bonus and the theoretical possibility of fame and fortune. And his casual acceptance of the upcoming violence feels alien to you. This person who chose your nightmare voluntarily and approaches it with professional detachment rather than existential terror, though you suspect his outward calm might be performance rather than genuine serenity. The weapons and armor you'll use in the arena arrive from the armory, real combat equipment rather than training gear. And the weight of actual armor transforms your movement patterns in ways that weeks of practice with lighter equipment didn't prepare you for. The helmet restricting vision and hearing. The shield heavier than the training version. The entire ensemble creating a different relationship with your body that requires rapid adjustment because 17 days isn't enough time to fully adapt, but it's all the time you're getting. You practice wearing the full equipment in increasingly long sessions, building tolerance for the heat and weight, learning to manage restricted vision, discovering that arena combat isn't just about executing techniques, but about maintaining function while encased in metal that's simultaneously protection and burden. And the physical demands of fighting in armor reveal themselves as significantly different from the relatively unencumbered training that preceded this phase. The psychological preparation intensifies with visits from veteran gladiators who survived their early matches and now offer advice that ranges from practical to mystical, discussing everything from pre-fight meal timing to prayers that might curry divine favor. And you absorb all of it with desperate attention. Because any edge, any advantage, any tiny factor that might improve your survival, odds deserves consideration, even if rational analysis suggests its actual impact is negligible. One veteran named Castor, whose career spans 7 years and 23 victories, describes the arena experience with the detached precision of someone analyzing a technical problem, explaining that the first 30 seconds will determine everything. That initial contact reveals whether your opponent is genuinely skilled or merely trained. That reading these signals quickly enough to adjust strategy requires a mental clarity that's difficult to maintain when 70,000 people are screaming for blood and your opponent is actively trying to kill you. The knights in the new cells carry different energy than the general population area, 12 men facing imminent combat rather than theoretical future violence. And the conversations turn darker, more honest. Men discussing final wishes, sharing stories about families they'll probably never see again, making informal pacts about what survivors should do if they make it out and others don't. The whole atmosphere taking on qualities of a military unit before deployment, except that military units, at least theoretically, fight for purposes beyond entertainment. You write a letter to your family, assuming they're still alive somewhere. The words difficult to find because what do you say to people who might receive this message after you're dead? How do you summarize the experience of being reduced to property and trained to die for strangers' amusement? And eventually, you settle for simple statements of continued existence and affection, avoiding the darker truths because sharing them serves no purpose except to spread your suffering to others who can't help and shouldn't have to carry the knowledge. The training schedule includes arena walkthroughs, actual visits to the Colosseum where the games will occur. And seeing the empty space is somehow more intimidating than you expected because the scale is overwhelming, the sand stretching forever, the seating rising in tiers that seem to touch the sky, and standing in the center, you understand viscerally what it means to be the focus of mass attention, to have thousands of eyes concentrated on your struggle, to exist as spectacle rather than person. Marcus conducts tactical exercises in the actual arena space, teaching you to use the environment's features, explaining sight lines and how they affect crowd visibility, demonstrating positions that look good from the expensive seats versus positions that satisfy the general admission sections. And the revelation that even combat geography requires consideration of audience perspective drives home how completely entertainment concerns dominate every aspect of gladiatorial existence. The vendor areas surrounding the arena display merchandise featuring famous gladiators, their faces on pottery and coins and crude paintings. And you realize that successful fighters become brands, commodities whose images generate revenue beyond their actual combat performances. Though you also notice that merchandise for dead fighters gets discounted quickly. The market efficiently processing the transition from living celebrity to historical curiosity with the same ruthless speed that characterizes every commercial aspect of the gladiatorial industry. The days collapse into each other with accelerating speed as the games approach, time behaving with the cruel physics that makes pleasant experiences brief and dreaded events feel simultaneously distant and imminent. And you exist in a state of heightened awareness, where every training session might contain the lesson that saves your life, while simultaneously knowing that no amount of preparation feels adequate for the reality you're about to face. The pre-game rituals begin a week before the scheduled combat, with religious ceremonies that feel like theater, priests making offerings to Mars and other martial deities, while you stand in armor pretending that divine intervention might actually influence outcomes that will be determined by skill, luck, and the entertainment preferences of strangers who view your existence as a commodity they've purchased tickets to consume. You're fitted for the specific armor you'll wear in combat. Adjustments made to ensure maximum mobility within the constraints of protective equipment. And the armorer explains with professional detachment that he's modified the helmet's eye slits based on your particular vision patterns observed during training. A customization that's simultaneously touching in its attention to detail and horrifying in its implication that the ludus tracks even minor physiological characteristics to maximize fighter effectiveness. The food changes again. Lighter meals designed to prevent digestive issues during combat while still maintaining energy. And you eat mechanically while around you, other selected fighters engage in their own pre-combat preparations, some withdrawn into silent contemplation, others aggressively social, as if conversation might ward off the approaching reality. A few descending into superstitious behaviors that would seem absurd under normal circumstances. But that make perfect sense when you're desperately seeking any sense of control over an inherently uncontrollable situation. Quintus, your assigned partner, proposes coordination strategies during a training session. Explaining the pair combat requires actual teamwork rather than two individuals fighting in proximity. That successful teams develop signals and coordinated maneuvers that leverage each fighter's strengths while covering weaknesses. And you spend hours developing a basic tactical language of gestures and movements that might allow effective communication in an environment where verbal coordination will be impossible over crowd noise. The partnership feels strange because you're simultaneously developing trust in someone while understanding that his survival instinct will ultimately prioritize his own life over yours if the situation demands it. A relationship built on temporary mutual interest rather than genuine loyalty. Though you recognize that even this limited cooperation exceeds the social bonds that most gladiators manage to maintain in a system designed to isolate and atomize. The training sessions, in full armor, become increasingly realistic, with Marcus permitting actual contact at controlled intensity, and you accumulate bruises and minor injuries that preview the arena experience. Learning how impacts feel through armor, how much force different strikes carry, how quickly exhaustion sets in when fighting at full intensity in equipment that weighs significantly more than your normal body mass. You watch other pairs practice their combinations, observing the coordination that experienced teams achieve. Noting how veteran fighters move with each other rather than merely near each other. And the gap between your current capability and their demonstrated expertise feels unbridgeable in the remaining time. Though you continue drilling anyway, because the alternative is accepting defeat before the fight begins. Galen provides a final medical examination 3 days before the games, checking for injuries that might compromise performance, treating minor ailments, and offering a remarkably honest assessment of your physical condition that concludes with the observation that you're as ready as 6 weeks of intensive training can make someone, which is simultaneously reassuring and terrifying, given that 6 weeks feels absurdly insufficient for preparation to face lethal violence. The psychological preparation takes on new dimensions when Marcus arranges for you to watch footage of previous games. Not actual combat, but painted reconstructions and dramatic reenactments that nonetheless convey the chaos and brutality of arena fighting. And seeing even these sanitized versions makes your stomach clench with anticipatory nausea as you imagine yourself in similar situations, facing similar dangers with similarly high stakes. The vendor who will be selling refreshments during your match visits the ludus to coordinate timing, discussing with the lanista when breaks might occur, how long fights typically last, the logistics of maximizing concession sales during the preliminary matches, and the casual way they discuss your potential death as a scheduling consideration drives home the entertainment-first nature of the entire enterprise with crushing clarity. 2 days before the games, you're moved to holding cells at the Colosseum itself. The lanista wanting fighters on site to eliminate transportation complications, and the proximity to the actual combat venue creates a psychological pressure that the ludus, for all its horrors, didn't quite match, because now you can hear the arena being prepared. Workers testing mechanisms, vendors setting up stalls, the machinery of spectacle grinding into operation around you while you wait in a cell beneath the very sand where you'll soon be fighting. The other gladiators in the holding area represent multiple schools, different lanistas providing fighters for various matches, and the presence of competitors creates a strange social dynamic where everyone is simultaneously colleague and potential opponent, sharing the general experience of pre-combat anxiety while maintaining careful distance, because some of these men will be trying to kill each other within 48 hours. You meet the retiari you'll be facing, a pair who move with the casual confidence of experienced fighters, and the brief encounter involves ritualized bravado and posturing that feels simultaneously ridiculous and necessary. A psychological warfare component that starts before actual combat begins. Though you notice that beneath the theatrical hostility, there's a shared understanding of what you're all facing. A recognition that whatever happens in the arena, you're all victims of the same system that profits from your suffering. The final night brings insomnia despite exhaustion, your mind racing through scenarios and contingencies, replaying training sequences, imagining possible outcomes ranging from improbable triumph to likely mutilation. And eventually, you give up on sleep entirely and spend the dark hours in quiet conversation with Quintus, discussing families you might never see again, lives you'll never live, futures that exist only in imagination because tomorrow might end everything before any of those possibilities can manifest. The morning of the games arrives with the inevitability of sunrise, indifferent to your readiness or willingness, and you wake from whatever brief unconsciousness you manage to achieve, feeling simultaneously hyper-aware and disconnected from your body, as if you're observing yourself from a distance while simultaneously experiencing every sensation with amplified intensity. The holding cells fill with activity hours before the scheduled matches. Attendants bringing final meals that you can't imagine eating, though you force down food anyway, because Galen's advice about maintaining energy echoes in your mind, and refusing sustenance feels like surrendering an advantage, even if your stomach rebels against the concept of digestion, when it should be preparing for fight or flight responses. The armoring process begins with methodical precision. Attendants who've done this hundreds of times, fitting you into equipment that's simultaneously protection and performance costume. Each piece checked and rechecked, because equipment failure in the arena means death, and the lanista doesn't like losing inventory to preventable mechanical failures that could have been caught during pre-combat inspection. The weight of full armor settles onto your shoulders like destiny made manifest, and you move through the final preparation rituals with the dissociative quality of watching someone else's life, going through motions that feel simultaneously crucial and meaningless, because in a few hours, none of this careful preparation might matter if you encounter bad luck or superior skill, or simply make one of the 1,000 small mistakes that separate survival from death in mortal combat. You can hear the crowd gathering above, their voices filtering down through stone and sand to create a low rumble that grows steadily louder as the Colosseum fills with 70,000 Romans who've paid for entertainment and expect value for their investment. And the knowledge that you'll soon be the focus of all that attention creates a pressure that transcends normal performance anxiety, because failure doesn't mean embarrassment, but potential dismemberment, permanent disfigurement, or immediate death. Quintus performs his own pre-combat rituals in the adjacent preparation area, and you catch glimpses of him through doorways, his face settling into the focused expression of someone entering a mental state designed for violence. And you try to emulate his apparent calm, while knowing that your own face probably betrays the terror you're trying to suppress, because controlling your expression seems impossibly difficult. When your entire nervous system is screaming alerts about the danger you're voluntarily walking toward. The preliminary matches begin before yours, and you hear the crowd's reactions echoing through the underground chambers, roars of approval or disappointment that indicate someone somewhere is dying or surviving based on combat performance. And each wave of sound reminds you that soon you'll be the one eliciting those reactions, that your struggle will become their entertainment, that the boundary between participant and spectacle dissolves the moment you step onto that sand. A match coordinator appears to explain the format one final time, discussing entrance procedures, explaining the referee's signals, clarifying rules about what happens if you're wounded but not killed. And the bureaucratic precision of these instructions feels surreal when applied to lethal violence, as if death can be managed through proper adherence to procedural guidelines and entertainment-focused staging requirements. The retiarii you'll face are visible in a preparation area across the corridor, and you study them with desperate attention, looking for weaknesses or tells, anything that might provide tactical advantage, though you recognize that they're doing the same to you. All of you reduced to predators assessing prey, while simultaneously being prey yourselves. The power dynamics of the arena making everyone simultaneously hunter and hunted, depending on momentary circumstances. Your heart rate accelerates beyond what seems sustainable. Adrenaline flooding your system with chemicals designed for brief emergency response rather than sustained terror. And you focus on breathing exercises that Castor taught you. Techniques designed to manage panic and maintain cognitive function when your hindbrain wants to either flee or freeze, both of which are impossible options given that the only path forward leads directly into the arena, where retreat isn't permitted and paralysis means death. The sound of your name being called for entrance creates a physical sensation like falling, gravity suddenly intensifying, and you move toward the tunnel that leads to the arena floor with legs that feel simultaneously too heavy and too light. Your body's relationship with physics seeming to have changed in fundamental ways that make normal movement feel like navigating through water or executing actions in a dream where nothing quite responds as expected. The tunnel is darker than you anticipated, cool after the holding cells. And as you walk toward the light at the far end where the arena awaits, you pass graffiti left by previous gladiators, messages scratched into stone ranging from prayers to curses to simple names and dates. These inscriptions representing the accumulated history of men who walked this same path toward uncertain fate, some of whom survived to return and leave messages, most of whom didn't, and whose final thoughts remain unrecorded except in the memories of whoever witnessed their deaths. Quintus walks beside you, his presence simultaneously comforting and inadequate. Because partnership only extends so far when mortality is individualized. When pain can't be shared, when death comes for each person separately regardless of how closely they fight together. And you exchange a glance that acknowledges both your temporary alliance and the fundamental isolation that defines the human experience of facing death. The light at the tunnel's end grows brighter, the crowd noise intensifying to levels that seem physically impossible. And in the final moments before emergence, you experience a clarity that transcends the fear, a recognition that whatever happens in the next however many minutes will be yours alone to experience, that no amount of preparation or support changes the essential fact that you're about to step into an arena where the only guarantee is that nothing is guaranteed, where survival requires not just skill and luck, but the kind of moment-to-moment decision-making that can't be practiced or prepared for, only executed or failed in real time with permanent consequences. The arena entrance looms before you, the threshold between underground preparation space and public spectacle. And as you step forward into the light and noise and heat and overwhelming presence of 70,000 watching strangers, the last coherent thought you have before combat psychology takes over is a quiet observation that this moment, however it resolves, represents the culmination of 6 weeks of systematic dehumanization, that you've been transformed from person to performer, from individual to commodity, from human being to gladiator, and that crossing this threshold means accepting all the implications of that transformation, even as some part of you continues to resist, to remember what you were before, to hope that survival might allow you to reclaim some fragment of the person you used to be, before Rome decided you were more valuable as entertainment than as anything else. The arena sand feels different beneath your feet than the training ground dirt, finer and hotter, freshly raked to remove evidence of previous matches. And the pristine surface serves as both canvas for the violence about to occur and psychological reminder that whatever blood gets spilled will belong to you or your opponents, because this carefully maintained space exists specifically to display human suffering with maximum visual clarity. The crowd noise hits you like a physical force, 70,000 voices creating sound pressure that makes coherent thought difficult. And you understand immediately why veterans emphasize the importance of maintaining focus, because the sensory overload of this environment threatens to overwhelm your capacity for tactical decision-making, reducing you to reactive rather than strategic combat if you allow the spectacle to penetrate your psychological defenses. Quintus positions himself to your left in the formation you practiced. And across 30 feet of sand, the two retiarii take their own positions. Nets coiled and ready, tridents held with the casual competence of men who've done this before. And the referee signals the start, with a gesture that feels anticlimactic given the magnitude of what it initiates, as if beginning potentially lethal combat should require more ceremony than a simple arm movement. The first few seconds unfold with surprising slowness, despite your accelerated heart rate. Both teams advancing cautiously rather than rushing into engagement. The initial moments dedicated to assessment and positioning rather than immediate violence. And you realize that experienced fighters understand the importance of gathering intelligence before committing to attacks that might create exploitable vulnerabilities. The nearest retiarius tests your defense with a probing net throw that you deflect with your shield. The weight and trajectory different from training throws because this man is actually trying to entangle you rather than teaching proper defensive response. And the distinction between practice and reality manifests in these small differences that collectively add up to an environment where mistakes have permanent consequences rather than merely instructional value. Quintus engages the second retiarius, while you focus on your opponent and the coordination you practiced activates automatically, your body's moving in complementary patterns that create mutual support without requiring conscious communication. The hours of drilling having encoded collaboration into muscle memory that operates below the level of active thought. Your opponent circles right, forcing you to rotate and creating an angle where his partner might throw a net from your peripheral vision. And you recognize the tactic from Marcus's lectures about pair combat dynamics. Understanding that they're trying to create a crossfire situation where defending against one attacker leaves you vulnerable to the other. A problem that requires constant position management rather than having a single solution. The crowd's reaction to specific exchanges provides feedback about which moments they find entertaining. Their roars increasing when successful strikes land or dramatic defensive movements occur. And you understand viscerally why gladiators need to perform as much as fight, because the entertainment value of your struggle influences whether the crowd might advocate for mercy if you're defeated, but not immediately killed. Your first successful strike comes when your opponent overextends during a trident thrust, and your gladius finds his upper arm in a cut that draws blood without causing serious damage. The crowd erupting at first blood being drawn, their appetite for violence beginning to be satisfied. And you feel simultaneously triumphant at landing a hit and horrified at having cut another human being. Emotions that coexist uncomfortably in the combat psychology you're developing in real time. The fight develops a rhythm as both teams probe for weaknesses, periods of intense engagement alternating with tactical repositioning, and you discover that arena combat involves significantly more movement and spacing management than training suggested. The need to maintain awareness of multiple opponents while managing crowd sightlines and referee positioning, creating computational demands that push your cognitive capacity to its limits. Sweat pours down your face inside the helmet, vision partially obscured by moisture and the restricted sightlines the equipment provides. And you understand why armored fighters have such high metabolic demands, because the physical effort of fighting in this gear while maintaining tactical awareness and managing fear produces exhaustion at rates that seem unsustainable beyond brief intervals. Quintus takes a trident strike to his shield that splinters the wood and forces him to adjust his defensive posture. And you recognize that equipment damage is a factor you didn't fully account for during training. That shields and armor can fail during combat, creating new tactical situations that require rapid adaptation. Another variable in the complex equation of survival that makes arena fighting more about managing cascading problems than executing predetermined techniques. Your opponent's net catches your shield on his second attempt, the weighted edges wrapping around the wood and leather. And for a terrifying moment, you're pulled off balance as he tries to jerk the shield away, a tactic designed to disarm you and leave you vulnerable to his partner's follow-up attack. But your grip holds, and you manage to cut the net free with your gladius. The crowd approving of the defensive technique with a roar that acknowledges skilled problem-solving under pressure. The engagement continues with neither team achieving decisive advantage. Both sides trading minor hits that draw blood without causing serious injury. And you understand that this preliminary match is designed to warm up the crowd rather than produce immediate deaths. That the referee is allowing the fight to develop rather than forcing conclusions, giving the audience time to appreciate the technical aspects of the combat while building toward whatever climax will satisfy their entertainment requirements. Your breathing becomes labored as the physical demands accumulate. Muscles burning with exertion, the armor feeling progressively heavier as fatigue sets in. And you recognize the conditioning limitations might determine the fight's outcome more than pure technical skill, because whoever maintains functionality longest gains decisive advantage as opponents deteriorate into slower, less effective versions of themselves. The retiarius you're facing shows signs of similar exhaustion, his net throws becoming less accurate, his footwork losing precision, and you sense an opportunity developing as both fighters enter the phase where survival depends on managing degraded capacity rather than performing at optimal levels, where the fight becomes as much about not making fatal mistakes while tired as about executing perfect technique. The turning point comes when Quintus executes a maneuver you've practiced dozens of times, drawing both retiarii toward him in a coordinated attack that leaves them temporarily focused away from you. And in that moment of divided attention, you close distance on your primary opponent with speed born from desperation and training converging into effective action. Your gladius finds the gap between his shoulder guard and chest armor, not a deep wound, but sufficient to compromise his right arm's functionality. And suddenly the tactical balance shifts because a retiarius who can't effectively cast his net or thrust his trident with full force becomes significantly less threatening. His primary advantages neutralized by damage that transforms him from predator to wounded prey. The crowd recognizes the shift, their noise pattern changing from general excitement to focused anticipation, sensing that the match is approaching conclusion, and you feel the pressure of their expectations added to the already overwhelming demands of actual combat. Understanding that disappointing this audience might result in denied mercy if you end up needing it, your wounded opponent attempts to continue fighting, but his movements lack the previous precision, pain and blood loss degrading his performance in ways that create openings you would have struggled to find against an undamaged fighter. And you press the advantage with techniques designed to exploit his compromised defense, while remaining aware that his partner might attempt a desperate intervention to prevent his defeat. Quintus manages to keep the second retiarius engaged, their private duel developing independently of your confrontation. And you glimpse him landing strikes that suggest his own fight is trending toward favorable resolution. Though you can't afford to focus on his progress when your immediate opponent still represents a lethal threat despite his injuries. The referee circles the combat, watching for signs that intervention is needed. His presence a reminder that these matches have structure and rules despite the violence, that the whole enterprise operates within boundaries designed to maximize entertainment while managing the commercial value of gladiatorial inventory, preventing unnecessary deaths when injured fighters could be saved for future matches. Your opponent stumbles, blood loss and fatigue combining to compromise his coordination. And you see in his eyes the moment when he realizes defeat is inevitable. The psychological shift from fighting to win to fighting to survive, hoping that the crowd's judgment and the referee's decision might grant continuation of existence beyond this immediate failure. The killing strike is available, a thrust that would penetrate his neck above the armor line, ending the fight with decisive finality. But something in his expression makes you hesitate. recognizing shared humanity in his fear, seeing yourself in his position, understanding that the system wants you to kill him, but that executing another person for entertainment represents a threshold you're not certain you can cross, even when survival might depend on demonstrating ruthlessness. The crowd senses your hesitation, and their reaction divides audibly. Some sections roaring approval at potential mercy, while others demand blood with aggressive enthusiasm. The split response revealing that even mass audiences contain conflicting impulses about violence, that spectators simultaneously crave and recoil from actual death, depending on factors that seem arbitrary from the arena floor. The referee approaches, evaluating the situation, and you see him glance toward the sponsors box, where the senator funding these games will make the decision about your opponent's fate. The gesture confirming that individual gladiators don't actually control outcomes even when they deliver the physical strikes. That power over life and death belongs to the audience and sponsors, rather than to the fighters whose actions merely execute decisions made by others. The senator extends his thumb in the gesture that signals mercy, and relief washes over you so powerfully it nearly buckles your knees. Grateful beyond measure that you won't have to kill this stranger. That survival didn't require crossing that particular moral boundary. Though you recognize that this reprieve is temporary, and future matches might not offer similar escapes from having to choose between your ethics and your life. Your opponent is removed from the arena by attendants, his blood leaving a trail across the pale sand. And the crowd's attention shifts to Quintus's ongoing engagement with the second retiarius, their fight having developed into a more evenly matched confrontation that lacks the clear advantage your own bout achieved. You move to support Quintus as practiced, creating the 2-on-1 situation that the rules permit after one opponent is removed. And the tactical mathematics shift decisively against the remaining retiarius, who now faces coordinated attacks from multiple angles without a partner to create counterbalancing pressure. The second retiarius recognizes his deteriorating situation and fights with the desperate energy of someone who understands that defeat is approaching and wants to sell survival as dearly as possible. His techniques becoming more aggressive and less controlled as rational strategy gives way to primal resistance against inevitable conclusion. Quintus lands a decisive strike to the retiarius's leg, compromising mobility in a way that makes continued effective combat impossible. And the match effectively ends at that moment, even before the referee signals halt. Because a retiarius who can't move loses his primary tactical advantage of maintaining distance and creating angles that frustrate heavily armored opponents. The referee calls the match, and the second retiarius receives his own judgment from the sponsor. Another gesture of mercy that suggests this particular patron prefers preserving fighters for future entertainment rather than expending them in preliminary matches. A commercial decision disguised as clemency that nonetheless results in both opponents surviving to potentially fight again. You and Quintus stand in the arena center as victors, and the crowd's approval washes over you in waves of sound that should feel triumphant, but instead creates a hollow sensation. Understanding that success is measured not in having fought well or demonstrated skill, but in having provided sufficient entertainment to strangers who literally hold power over your continued existence. The walk back to the underground chambers feels surreal. Your body still flooded with combat adrenaline, but your mind beginning to process what just occurred, the reality that you fought and injured another person for the amusement of thousands. that you've crossed the threshold from training to actual arena combat and emerged alive, but fundamentally changed by the experience. The other fighters in the holding area watch your return with expressions ranging from congratulation to envy, to simple calculation about what your success means for their own prospects. And you realize that you've joined a different category now, no longer merely a trainee, but an arena veteran who's survived first combat. A distinction that carries both status and the weight of experience that can never be unlearned or forgotten. The aftermath of your first arena match unfolds over the following days with a psychological complexity that training never prepared you for. Because surviving combat turns out to be just the beginning of processing what happened. And the mental replay loop that starts immediately after you return to the ludus operates with relentless consistency, showing you the fight from every angle, questioning every decision, analyzing alternative choices that might have led to different outcomes. The whole experience being reprocessed by a mind trying to integrate traumatic material into some coherent narrative about who you are and what you've become. Galen examines you for injuries the evening after the match, finding mostly bruises and minor cuts that will heal without complication. But his questions extend beyond physical assessment to include careful inquiries about your mental state. Whether you're experiencing intrusive thoughts or emotional numbness or any of the other psychological symptoms he's learned to recognize in gladiators who've survived their first killing ground exposure. You tell him you're fine because admitting otherwise feels like weakness. But the nightmares that start that first night reveal the dishonesty of your self-assessment. Your sleeping mind replaying the moment when you could have killed your opponent, showing you alternative versions where you made different choices, where the senator's thumb pointed down instead of up, where you had to execute a man who looked at you with the same fear you know lives in your own eyes. The other fighters who competed in the same games returned to the ludus over subsequent days, and you learn that not everyone received mercy, that 2 gladiators died in matches after yours, their bodies processed through whatever disposal system Rome uses for arena casualties, their cells already being cleaned and prepared for new occupants because the ludus operates as a continuous production system where death creates vacancies that must be filled to maintain inventory levels. The lanista's satisfaction with your performance manifests in slightly improved conditions, better food for a few days, permission to skip one morning training session, small rewards that cost him almost nothing but that feel significant in an environment where every minor comfort represents luxury. And you recognize these gestures as conditioning designed to reinforce successful behavior, training you to associate arena victories with positive outcomes beyond mere survival. Marcus's treatment changes subtly after your first match, a shift from trainer addressing student to something more like colleague speaking to junior professional. And his tactical debriefings of your combat performance include detailed analysis of what you did well and what needs improvement. The conversation assuming future matches rather than questioning whether you'll fight again, because survival of first combat automatically enrolls you in the ongoing sequence of scheduled violence that defines gladiatorial careers. Training resumes with modified focus after a brief recovery period, and you discover that having actual combat experience changes how you perceive drills. Understanding now which techniques proved useful in the arena versus which looked impressive during practice but failed under real pressure. And this feedback loop between training and application creates accelerated learning because you can now evaluate instruction based on tested reality rather than theoretical assertion. The psychological impact extends beyond nightmares to include changes in how you relate to other gladiators, particularly the ones who haven't yet fought in the arena. And you recognize a distance developing between veterans and recruits. An experiential gap that creates different categories of shared understanding. Those who know what combat feels like, forming a separate community from those who only imagine it. Your Gaulish friend approaches you several days after your match, asking questions about the arena experience with desperate attention, trying to prepare himself for his own inevitable first combat. And you struggle to articulate useful answers because the sensory overload, the fear, the adrenaline, the crowd noise, the physical demands, the split-second decisions, the ethical weight, all of it resists verbal description in ways that make communication feel inadequate. Like trying to explain color to someone who's only ever seen in grayscale. The conversation leads to a philosophical discussion about survival strategies. Whether it's better to hope for mercy when defeated, or to fight with such aggression that defeat becomes less likely, even if it means potentially having to kill opponents. And you realize there's no good answer. That the gladiatorial system creates impossible choices, where every option involves moral compromise. Where survival often requires behaviors that violate your values. Where the only truly ethical choice would be refusing to participate. But that option stopped being available the moment you entered the ludus. Sleep becomes increasingly difficult as the psychological processing continues. Your mind apparently deciding that nighttime provides optimal conditions for trauma integration, and you lie awake analyzing not just the combat, but your emotional responses to it. The excitement you felt landing successful strikes, the satisfaction when the crowd roared approval, the disturbing recognition that some part of you enjoyed the violence and the attention, that participating in the system has begun changing who you are in ways that might not be reversible. Quintus visits your cell one evening, bringing smuggled wine and conversation. And in the privacy of low voices and alcohol-lowered inhibitions, you both admit to similar psychological struggles. The difficulty of reconciling the people you were before with the people you're becoming. The slow erosion of identity under the accumulated weight of systematic dehumanization. The fear that surviving multiple matches might cost you essential parts of yourself that no amount of physical healing can restore. The discussion turns to the concept of freedom. What it would mean to earn manumission after years of arena combat. Whether someone who's killed multiple people for entertainment can ever truly be free in any meaningful psychological sense. Whether the wooden sword that symbolizes release from gladiatorial service could actually grant liberation from the memories and changes that fighting produces. And neither of you has answers. Just shared uncertainty about whether any outcome of this experience could be considered truly positive. News arrives that the next games are scheduled for 6 weeks hence. Another senator celebrating another political milestone. And the lanista will again provide fighters for preliminary matches. Meaning the cycle begins anew with the selection anxiety. The intensive preparation, the psychological weight of approaching scheduled violence. All of it becoming routine in the most horrifying possible way. Normalized through repetition until the extraordinary becomes ordinary. And fighting for survival transforms from traumatic event to regular occurrence. You watch new recruits arrive at the ludus to replace the gladiators who died or were sold. Fresh bodies to feed into the training system. And seeing them brings uncomfortable recognition of how you must have looked just weeks ago. The fear and confusion and desperate hope that characterized your early days now visible in others, while you've moved into a different category, changed by experience in ways that separate you from who you were, while connecting you to the community of survivors who share similar transformations. The Lanista announces that successful gladiators from the recent games will receive increased training in specialized techniques and investment in fighters who've demonstrated commercial viability. And you're moved to advanced training groups, where the focus shifts from basic survival to developing the signature styles and personas that make individual gladiators marketable to audiences who pay premium prices to see recognized fighters perform. The whole system revealing itself as carefully calibrated to extract maximum value from human lives translated into entertainment commodities. The advanced training introduces you to aspects of gladiatorial performance that basic instruction glossed over. The theatrical elements that separate merely competent fighters from crowd favorites who develop followings and command premium appearance fees. And Marcus explains with clinical precision that your survival now depends as much on building an audience as on combat skill, because popular gladiators receive better matchups, more lenient defeat judgments, and eventually the political support necessary to achieve freedom through manumission. You're assigned a persona consultant, a freedman named Lucius, who previously worked in theater and now applies dramatic principles to gladiatorial presentation. And his first assessment of your natural fighting style concludes with the observation that you have potential for the noble warrior archetype. Someone who fights with visible reluctance, but undeniable skill. A character that appeals to audiences who like their violence seasoned with moral complexity. Lucius demonstrates the difference between functional combat movements and performance-enhanced versions that achieve the same tactical goals while looking more dramatic from arena seating, teaching you to extend certain motions for visual clarity, to angle your body toward the premium seats during key moments, to time decisive strikes to coincide with moments when crowd attention is maximally focused. The whole curriculum revealing arena combat as choreographed violence, where spontaneity must be carefully managed to maintain entertainment value. The other gladiators in advanced training are developing their own personas, and you watch a Murmillo practice the aggressive champion role, all intimidating postures and theatrical roaring, while a Thraex works on the clever underdog character, someone whose victories appear to come from cunning rather than raw power. And the variety demonstrates that the gladiatorial system has refined audience manipulation into a science with established character types that reliably generate specific crowd responses. Training includes studying crowd psychology, learning which gestures elicit sympathy versus which generate hostility, understanding how to read audience mood and adjust your performance accordingly. Because successful gladiators must operate as improvisational actors who respond to spectator energy while simultaneously fighting for their lives. A dual cognitive load that requires practice to manage effectively. Lucius arranges practice sessions in front of captured audiences, groups of citizens who receive free entry to training exhibitions in exchange for providing authentic crowd reactions. And performing for these test audiences reveals how differently combat feels when you're consciously trying to please watchers rather than just surviving. The additional pressure of reception management adding another layer of complexity to an already demanding activity. You discover that you have natural aptitude for reading crowd mood, sensing when they want aggression versus when they prefer defensive technique, when they're satisfied with the current pace versus when they need escalation to maintain interest. and Lucius identifies this talent as potentially valuable, suggesting that fighters who develop sophisticated audience awareness often achieve longer careers because they give sponsors the reliable entertainment value that justifies continued investment. The economic reality of gladiatorial life becomes more explicit during advanced training, with frank discussions about appearance fees, how popular fighters negotiate better terms, the various revenue streams available to successful gladiators, including endorsements and private training for wealthy Romans who want combat instruction from arena veterans. The whole conversation treating gladiatorial combat as a career with financial optimization strategies, rather than merely a survival situation. Quintus struggles more with the persona development than you do, his natural personality not aligning well with any of the established character types. And watching him force himself into an aggressive champion role that doesn't suit his temperament demonstrates the psychological cost of performance requirements. The way the system demands not just physical compliance, but personality reconstruction, reshaping even your performative self to meet market demands. The advanced combat training becomes more sophisticated as well, introducing techniques designed specifically for specific match formats. How to fight effectively in pairs versus individual combat. Strategies for battle royale matches where multiple fighters engage simultaneously. Tactics for handling exotic weapon combinations or unusual gladiator types that occasionally appear in special games. The curriculum expanding to cover edge cases that could arise in an active gladiatorial career, spanning years rather than single matches. You learn about the politics of the arena, how certain lanistas have rivalries that influence matchmaking, how imperial favor can transform careers overnight when emperors become interested in specific fighters, how social connections between sponsors matter more than combat skill in determining which gladiators receive prestigious match assignments versus which get thrown into high-risk preliminary fights designed to produce casualties. Galen visits the advanced training area to provide instruction on combat medicine, teaching gladiators how to assess wound severity during matches, which injuries are survivable versus which require immediate surrender, how to manage bleeding and pain in ways that allow continued fighting when stopping would mean certain defeat. The whole lesson operating in the disturbing space where medical knowledge becomes a tool for prolonging participation in violence rather than ending it. The psychological preparation intensifies with discussions about killing. The probability that your second or third match will require actually executing an opponent rather than receiving the mercy that spared you from that choice in your first fight. And Marcus explains with uncomfortable honesty that most gladiators who survive multiple matches eventually kill someone, that the system is designed to eventually force that threshold crossing, that your moral reluctance is noted but will not be accommodated indefinitely, because audiences pay specifically to witness death, and the commercial logic of the arena demands periodic delivery of that product. You practice with actual execution techniques, learning the specific strikes that kill quickly versus those that produce slow deaths. Understanding that if you must kill someone, the ethical choice is efficiency rather than prolonging their suffering. Though the entire conversation feels surreal because you're discussing murder as a technical problem to be solved through proper application of anatomical knowledge and weapon geometry, the nights continue to be difficult. Sleep disrupted by processing the expanding implications of your situation. The recognition that survival success might mean becoming someone who kills people for entertainment. that the path forward involves either moral compromise or certain death, that there are no clean choices available, and that delaying the decision simply means living in suspended uncertainty until circumstances force resolution. Some of the veteran gladiators in advanced training share their experiences with killing, describing the first time they executed an opponent, the psychological aftermath, the coping strategies they developed, and their stories reveal a spectrum of responses ranging from total emotional shutdown to elaborate rationalization systems that frame killing as mercy or professional duty. Each fighter apparently constructing whatever narrative allows continued function despite accumulated moral injury. Lucius emphasizes that how you handle required killings affects your persona development, that audiences appreciate fighters who appear conflicted about violence differently than those who seem to enjoy it, that even execution can be performed in ways that enhance or damage your public image. The commodification of morality revealing itself as complete when even your ethical struggles become marketable content that influences crowd reactions and commercial value. The weeks between your first match and the next scheduled games pass with a surreal quality of knowing exactly when you'll again face potential death. The calendar counting down toward a specific date when violence becomes mandatory. And this foreknowledge creates a psychological pressure different from the generalized anxiety of initial training. Because now you have actual experience to inform your anticipation, making the fear more concrete and less abstract than it was before you knew what arena combat actually feels like. Your training intensifies as the date approaches, with specific preparation for the announced match format, which will be a traditional one-on-one secutor versus retiarius bout. The classic matchup that audiences love for its clear tactical contrast and the visual drama of heavy armor against nearly naked mobility. And knowing the specific setup allows focused preparation, but also creates the uncomfortable awareness that somewhere another fighter is preparing with equal dedication to defeat and possibly kill you. The lanista arranges a meeting with your assigned opponent before the match, a practice that seems designed to heighten psychological tension by putting human faces on what might otherwise remain abstract competition. And you meet Cassius, a veteran retiarius, with 4 arena victories who carries himself with the quiet confidence of someone who's mastered his craft and sees you as just another secutor to be defeated using techniques he's perfected through actual combat experience. The pre-match meeting follows formal protocols, both fighters expressing ritualized respect while simultaneously engaging in subtle psychological warfare, each trying to project dominance and confidence while searching for signs of weakness or fear in the opponent. The whole interaction operating on multiple levels simultaneously as you're both performing for the lanista and the assembled trainers, while genuinely assessing each other's capabilities and mental state. Cassius's experience advantage is obvious in how he carries himself. The casual way he discusses match strategy suggesting someone who's internalized combat patterns to the point where they've become automatic, and you recognize that you're facing an opponent who's progressed beyond conscious technique execution to operating on intuition and trained reflex, a developmental stage you haven't reached despite your successful first match. Marcus increases the intensity of specific anti-retiarius training, drilling you endlessly on net defense, trident evasion, distance management, all the tactical problems that Cassius will present. And the repetition would be mind-numbing, except that your survival depends on muscle memory functioning when conscious thought becomes impossible under arena pressure. So you drill and drill and drill until the movements feel slightly less alien, though nowhere near as automatic as they apparently are for your experienced opponent. The psychological preparation includes watching recordings of Cassius's previous matches, not actual footage, but detailed verbal descriptions and painted illustrations that give you insight into his fighting style, his preferred techniques, his patterns of movement and attack. And you study these materials with desperate attention, looking for exploitable habits or tendencies that might provide tactical advantage against a more experienced fighter. Galen provides another medical assessment and clears you for combat, though his examination includes pointed questions about your mental readiness, whether you've processed your first match sufficiently to handle another arena exposure without psychological breakdown. And you assure him you're fine while knowing that your nightmares and anxieties suggest otherwise. But admitting mental health concerns might result in being pulled from the match, which would displease the lanista and potentially lead to punishment or sale to a worse situation. The final week brings dietary changes designed to optimize your physical condition for the specific demands of fighting in full secutor armor. More protein to support muscle function, reduced fiber to minimize digestive issues during combat. The whole regimen calibrated to produce peak performance on the specific date when your body will be required to function under maximum stress, while spectators judge whether you live or die based on entertainment value provided. Sleep becomes nearly impossible as the match date approaches, your mind oscillating between confident scenarios where your training prevails and terrifying visions of Cassius's net wrapping around you while his trident finds gaps in your armor. The uncertainty about outcome creating a mental state that feels like suspended animation between hope and despair, neither fully committing to either emotional position. Quintus, who's not selected for these particular games, offers support and strategic advice based on his own arena experience, discussing how to manage the pre-match anxiety, techniques for maintaining focus despite crowd noise, ways to read opponent behavior for tactical intelligence, and his assistance reveals the bonds that form between gladiators who share the experience of scheduled violence, a camaraderie based on mutual understanding of what facing death for entertainment actually feels like. The ludus atmosphere changes as multiple fighters prepare for the same games, the collective anxiety creating a tension that pervades every interaction, meals eaten in near silence, training conducted with grim intensity, evening conversations dominated by tactical speculation and barely suppressed fear. The whole environment transformed into a pressure chamber where men wait for violence they can't avoid and can only hope to survive. You attempt to write another letter to your family, but the words feel inadequate. How do you communicate that you might die in 3 days? That your life has been reduced to survival odds that don't favor your continued existence? That you love them and think of them, but can't offer reassurance about seeing them again because honesty requires admitting that this match might be your last? And eventually, you abandon the letter unfinished because some things resist verbal expression. Some emotional states exist beyond language's capacity to convey. The pre-match religious ceremony feels more meaningful this time than it did before your first fight. Your relationship to the gods having shifted from abstract cultural practice to desperate bargaining for survival. And you find yourself actually praying rather than merely going through ritual motions, asking Mars for strength and luck, and the kind of split-second decision-making that might create survival margins in combat, where the difference between life and death measures in fractions of seconds. The final night passes in fragments of consciousness rather than actual sleep. Your body too charged with adrenaline to achieve genuine rest. Your mind racing through scenarios and contingencies, replaying training sequences, imagining the arena, visualizing Cassius, preparing for every possibility you can conceive, while knowing that combat always produces surprises that no amount of preparation can fully account for. That ultimately, you'll step into that arena and improvise responses to situations that unfold in real time, according to logic that can't be predicted or controlled. The morning of the match arrives with the same inevitability as sunrise, time having continued despite your desire for delay. And as you move through the pre-combat preparations, you notice details with heightened clarity. The way light filters through windows, the texture of the armor being fitted to your body, the sounds of other fighters conducting their own preparations, all of it registering with the enhanced perception that supposedly occurs when your brain recognizes potential terminal situations and shifts into a mode designed to maximize survival chances by processing sensory input with unusual intensity and completeness. The entrance to the arena for your second match carries different emotional weight than your first. The novelty replaced by grim familiarity, knowing exactly what awaits beyond the tunnel's end, and understanding that experience doesn't make it easier, just more predictable, which in some ways feels worse because the mystery that cushioned your first arena appearance has been replaced by concrete knowledge of how overwhelming and terrifying the actual experience will be. The crowd noise filters down through stone as you wait in the holding cell, their anticipation building for the preliminary matches that will warm them up for the main events. And you recognize that you're participating in the entertainment warm-up, expendable compared to the famous gladiators who will fight later. Which means the crowd might be less invested in your survival if the match trends toward requiring a mercy judgment. Cassius waits in an adjacent cell, and through the bars, you can see him conducting his own pre-fight rituals. The calm efficiency of his movement suggesting someone who's done this enough times that the process has become routine. And his apparent serenity contrasts sharply with your own barely controlled anxiety, demonstrating the psychological gulf that separates experienced arena veterans from fighters still figuring out how to manage combat terror. The match coordinator provides final instructions about entrance choreography, which gates to use, where to position yourselves for the initial referee introduction, the expected sequence of events that transforms lethal combat into structured performance. And you absorb the information while understanding that once actual fighting begins, the careful staging will dissolve into whatever chaos emerges from two people trying to defeat each other with real weapons in front of 70,000 observers. Your armor feels simultaneously more familiar than it did during your first match, and more restrictive now that you understand its limitations. The gaps where weapons can penetrate, the weight that will accumulate as fatigue sets in, the vision restrictions that create blind spots an experienced opponent will exploit. All the equipment's flaws revealed through actual combat experience, rather than remaining theoretical concerns during training. The call comes sooner than expected, time having collapsed in the way it does when you're waiting for something terrible. And you walk toward the tunnel entrance with legs that feel disconnected from your body, operating on autopilot while your conscious mind focuses on breathing exercises and tactical reminders and desperate internal bargaining about what you'd promise any deity willing to help you survive the next however many minutes. The tunnel graffiti seems more poignant this time. Messages from previous gladiators taking on personal meaning now that you understand viscerally what they were feeling when they scratched prayers and names into stone while walking toward potential death. And you add your own mark with a piece of broken stone. A simple line that might be the last evidence you existed if the match goes badly, and your body ends up processed through Rome's efficient disposal system. The light at the tunnel's end approaches with inexorable physics, each step bringing you closer to emergence into public spectacle. And you try to center yourself psychologically, to access whatever combat mindset allowed you to function during your first match. But the fear seems stronger this time, less diluted by novelty, more concentrated by accurate knowledge of what's coming. The arena sand feels exactly as you remember, hot and fine and carefully maintained, the crowd noise hitting like a pressure wave. And you take your designated position while Cassius enters from the opposite gate. His movements fluid and confident, a showman who knows how to work the audience, drawing their attention and approval with gestures and postures that demonstrate his arena experience. The referee introduces you both with dramatic announcement of your records and accomplishments. Your single victory sounding pathetically inadequate compared to Cassius's 4, and the crowd's reaction confirms what you suspected. They're curious about you, but already inclined to favor the proven fighter. Their loyalty to entertainment value making them predisposed toward whoever they think will provide the more interesting show. The salute to the sponsors box follows traditional protocol, both fighters acknowledging the patron whose wealth makes these games possible. And you catch a glimpse of the senator who'll decide your fate if you're defeated, his face revealing neither malice nor compassion, just the blank expression of someone for whom gladiatorial matches represent political performance rather than human stakes. The signal comes, the match begins, and immediately you recognize the difference between facing a veteran versus the relatively inexperienced opponents from your first fight. Cassius's movements economical and precise. No wasted motion, every action serving tactical purpose. His net deployment and trident work demonstrating mastery that makes your training seem inadequate despite weeks of intensive preparation. You defend desperately, using your shield to deflect his probing attacks, trying to close distance to negate his range advantage. But he maintains optimal spacing with footwork that seems effortless, keeping you exactly where his weapons are most effective, while your gladius remains uselessly out of reach. And within the first 30 seconds, you understand that this match will require everything you've learned, plus improvisation and luck, to have any chance of survival. The crowd appreciates Cassius's technical excellence, their roars acknowledging skilled technique, and you realize you're not just fighting him, but competing for audience favor, needing to demonstrate enough competence and courage to make them want you to survive, even if you lose, because their judgment will influence the sponsor's mercy decision if the match reaches that point. Your first successful action comes when you use your shield not as passive defense, but as an offensive weapon, slamming it toward his net hand in a move that forces him to adjust position, creating a brief moment where you can advance and attempt to strike. Though he recovers faster than you expected, and your gladius cuts only air where his torso was an instant before. The engagement develops into a pattern of his dominance, interrupted by your occasional successful counter. The tactical equation heavily favoring him, but not completely one-sided. Enough uncertainty remaining that the crowd stays engaged, appreciating both his skill and your refusal to collapse despite clear disadvantage. And you recognize that you're achieving one critical objective, by making the fight interesting enough that they're emotionally invested in how it resolves. Sweat pours into your eyes inside the helmet. Your breath comes in labored gasps, the armor's weight becoming oppressive as exertion accumulates. And you feel your technique degrading as fatigue overrides muscle memory, movements becoming sloppier and slower, reactions delayed by fractions of seconds that create opportunities for an opponent as skilled as Cassius to exploit. His net catches your shield on a particularly well-executed throw, the weights wrapping around the wood and leather, and for a terrifying moment, you're stuck, unable to maneuver, vulnerable to the follow-up trident thrust that you know is coming. And in that instant, you make a desperate decision that training never covered, releasing the entangled shield entirely and closing distance without it. Gambling that surprise might create brief advantage before he adjusts to the tactical change. The tactical gamble of abandoning your shield creates exactly the moment of surprise you hoped for. Cassius's expected follow-up trident thrust launching toward where your shield should have been, rather than where your now undefended body has moved. And in that fraction of a second of his confusion, you close the remaining distance and land your first solid hit. Gladius finding his shoulder in a cut that's not deep enough to be decisive, but sufficient to draw first blood and shift crowd energy in your favor as they recognize that the underdog just scored against the veteran. The psychological impact of landing a successful strike against a superior opponent creates momentum that transcends pure tactical advantage. Your confidence increasing while his certainty seems to waver slightly. Both of you recognizing that the match's narrative has complicated, that his expected dominance has been challenged even if he remains the favorite. And this shift in relative positions changes how both fighters approach subsequent exchanges. Fighting without a shield transforms your combat style in ways that training never explored, forcing reliance on pure sword work and movement rather than the shield and blade combination that defined secutor tactics. And you discover unexpected freedom in the simplified approach. Your body moving more fluidly without the heavy rectangle of wood and metal dictating defensive positioning. Though you're also acutely aware of increased vulnerability, every part of your torso now exposed to attacks that your shield previously blocked. Cassius adjusts faster than you hoped, recognizing your tactical adaptation and modifying his own approach to exploit your lack of shield defense. His trident thrusts coming more aggressively now, forcing you into pure evasion rather than allowing combination of deflection and counterattack. And the energy expenditure of dodging rather than blocking accelerates your fatigue in ways that favor his experience advantage. The crowd's investment in the match intensifies as they recognize genuine uncertainty about outcome. Their noise patterns shifting from general entertainment to partisan support. Some sections roaring approval when you land strikes, while others cheer Cassius's technical excellence. The divided reaction revealing that you've achieved the essential goal of becoming someone they care about, rather than merely another forgettable preliminary fighter. Your second successful strike comes during an exchange where fatigue causes Cassius to slightly overextend during a trident thrust, and your Gladius finds his thigh in a cut that compromises his mobility, not catastrophically, but enough to limit his footwork, reducing the fluid movement that's been maintaining optimal distance throughout the fight. And suddenly, the tactical equation shifts more favorably as his primary advantage begins to erode. The referee watches closely, evaluating whether Cassius's leg wound constitutes sufficient injury to warrant intervention. But the veteran fighter demonstrates continued capability despite the damage, maintaining combat effectiveness at levels that don't yet justify stopping the match. And you understand that the fight will continue until one of you can't, or until injury becomes so severe that mercy becomes mandatory rather than discretionary. Pain radiates from multiple points on your body, where Cassius's trident has found gaps in your armor, shallow punctures that bleed and hurt, but don't compromise functionality. The accumulated damage creating a constant background of sensation that you have to filter out to maintain tactical focus. Your brain learning in real time to categorize pain into ignorable versus critical categories based on whether it affects combat capability. The match extends beyond what preliminary bouts typically last. Both fighters too competent to allow quick resolution. The extended duration creating its own tactical dynamics as conditioning becomes increasingly determinative. Whoever maintains physical capacity, longest gaining decisive advantage as the opponent's degradation accelerates past sustainable thresholds. You recognize fatigue affecting your judgment, decisions taking longer, pattern recognition slowing, the mental clarity that's essential for tactical combat deteriorating under the combined stress of physical exertion and mortal danger. And you understand that you're approaching the phase where mistakes become inevitable, where the only question is whether your errors prove fatal before his do. Cassius's breathing has become labored, audible even over crowd noise. His wounded leg clearly compromising endurance as blood loss and pain combine to degrade performance. And you see in his eyes the recognition that the match isn't developing as he expected, that the preliminary fighter he anticipated defeating efficiently has instead created a genuine contest that might resolve either direction depending on who breaks first. The decisive moment comes not from brilliant technique, but from accumulated damage reaching critical mass. Cassius's wounded leg finally failing during a lateral movement, his knee buckling enough that his defensive position collapses, and you seize the opening with a combination that your training drilled into muscle memory. Gladius finding the gap between his shoulder armor and chest plate in a thrust that penetrates deeply enough to disable his trident arm while stopping short of lethal organ damage. The referee signals halt immediately, recognizing that Cassius can no longer continue effective combat with his primary weapon arm compromised. And suddenly, the match is over. Your victory confirmed by the veteran's inability to maintain defensive capacity. And the crowd's reaction explodes into levels of noise that feel physically oppressive. Their approval of the upset victory washing over you in waves of sound that should feel triumphant, but instead creates a hollow sensation because you've just defeated and seriously injured another person for entertainment. Cassius kneels in the sand, his good hand pressed against his wounded shoulder, trying to staunch bleeding. And you stand over him with your gladius ready for the execution strike. If the sponsor's judgment goes that direction, the moment crystallizing everything you hate about this system, the way it forces you to wait for strangers to decide whether you must kill someone you've just defeated in combat. The crowd divides on mercy, significant portions demanding his death, while others advocate for saving a skilled fighter who provided entertainment worthy of preservation. Their debate conducted in roars and gestures that reduce Cassius's existence to audience preference rather than human value. And you wait with sword raised while looking into his eyes that show acceptance of whatever judgment comes, resignation to fate being decided by forces beyond either fighter's control. The sponsor's thumb extends sideways, the gesture of mercy, and relief floods through you so completely that your knees nearly buckle, grateful beyond measure that you won't have to cross that threshold. That victory doesn't require executing the man you've defeated, though you understand that this reprieve can't last forever. That eventually the system will force that choice, and your options will reduce to killing or dying, moral compromise or physical death, with no third alternative available. The attendants help Cassius from the arena, while the crowd continues celebrating your unexpected victory. And you stand alone in the center, acknowledging their approval while internally processing what just happened. The reality that you've defeated a veteran fighter with 4 arena victories, that your record now stands at 2 wins and 0 losses, that you're becoming someone who succeeds at gladiatorial combat and all the implications that carries for who you're becoming, and whether that transformation represents progress or degradation of essential humanity. The aftermath of your second victory develops differently than the first. Recognition beginning to accumulate that you might represent something commercially valuable, a developing talent worth investing in, rather than merely another expendable fighter cycling through the gladiatorial system. And this shift manifests in subtle ways. Better treatment from guards, marginally improved rations, the kind of small status indicators that signal movement up the ludus hierarchy, even if you remain fundamentally property subject to the Lanista's absolute authority. Marcus's assessment of your performance focuses on the tactical innovation of abandoning your shield, discussing whether the move was brilliant improvisation or dangerous desperation, ultimately concluding that successful outcomes validate decisions regardless of orthodox approval. And his willingness to credit unconventional choices suggests recognition that arena combat rewards results over adherence to established technique when survival demands creative problem-solving. The Lanista visits your cell personally, an unprecedented gesture that reveals his assessment of your commercial potential, and his conversation confirms what you suspected. That defeating a veteran fighter has elevated your market value, that promoters are beginning to notice you, that your next matches will likely receive better placement in game schedules and potentially higher profile opponents, all of which translates to increased revenue for him and marginally improved conditions for you, though the fundamental power dynamic remains unchanged. Lucius increases the focus on persona development, working with you to refine the reluctant warrior character that seems to resonate with audiences, teaching you to project conflicted heroism during combat, how to make your victories appear to come from necessity rather than enthusiasm, cultivating the image of someone forced into violence rather than embracing it. A narrative that he explains appeals to spectators who want their entertainment packaged with moral complexity rather than simple bloodlust. The increased attention brings complications as well as benefits. Other gladiators responding to your rising status, with reactions ranging from genuine congratulation to barely concealed resentment. The social dynamics of the ludus revealing themselves as zero-sum competition, where your success implies that their relative diminishment. And you navigate these relationships carefully, because enemies in a gladiatorial school can manifest in forms ranging from training accidents to poisoned food to information sharing with Lanistas that could damage your position. Quintus approaches the changing dynamic with characteristic pragmatism, acknowledging that your success benefits you both given your established partnership. His rising status as your regular training partner creating reflected value, and you appreciate his rational acceptance rather than emotional reaction to circumstances that could easily generate jealousy. The friendship proving durable, despite pressures that commonly fracture bonds between gladiators climbing at different rates. Your third match gets scheduled with unusual prominence. No longer a preliminary bout, but move to mid-card position where audience attention and energy will be significantly higher. And the lanista explains that this placement represents both opportunity and risk. Success at this level, accelerating your career trajectory, while failure under increased scrutiny could damage your developing reputation and commercial value. The assigned opponent is announced as a murmillo named Titus, with 7 arena victories, a significant step up in opponent quality that tests whether your previous wins represented genuine skill or fortunate matchups against suboptimal competition. And studying his record reveals a fighter who favors aggressive tactics and overwhelming force. A stylistic challenge different from the technical precision that Cassius presented. Training intensifies with focus on anti-murmillo strategy, learning to manage his heavy armor and rectangular shield, understanding that his defensive advantages require patience and tactical discipline, that rushing against someone with superior protection and comparable weapons creates disadvantages that favor his strengths. And you drill endlessly on movement patterns designed to create attacking opportunities while minimizing exposure to his powerful offensive capabilities. The psychological preparation takes on new dimensions given the increased visibility of this match. Understanding that larger audiences and better placement in game schedules means more people will form opinions about your fighting, that your persona development matters more when playing to crowds who might become actual fans rather than merely casual observers. And the pressure of maintaining performance consistency while advancing through increasingly difficult opponents creates stress that accumulates despite your growing experience. Galen provides medical assessment and offers observations about the accumulated damage you're carrying, small injuries that haven't fully healed, chronic stress on joints and muscles that will eventually manifest as permanent limitations. The early signs of what he describes as gladiatorial wear, the predictable deterioration that occurs in fighters who survive multiple matches and accumulate the physical toll that even non-fatal combat inflicts on bodies pushed repeatedly to extreme limits. The nights continue to be difficult despite your successes, sleep disrupted by processing both victories and their implications. The recognition that each win enrolls you deeper into the system rather than moving you closer to freedom. That survival success might mean becoming so valuable that the lanista never grants manumission because your earning potential exceeds whatever price your freedom might command. You watch new recruits arrive and begin training with the same fear and confusion you remember from your own early days. The cycle continuing with fresh bodies feeding into the system to replace those who died or were sold or achieved whatever other exits the gladiatorial profession offers. And seeing yourself reflected in their terror while recognizing how far you've moved from that initial state creates uncomfortable awareness of how normalized violence and institutional dehumanization have become in your psychology. The Gaulish friend, who occupied the cell next to yours during early training, participates in his first arena match and survives with injuries that Galen assesses as serious but recoverable. And visiting him in the medical tent brings confrontation with the reality that your own survival has been statistical fortune as much as skill, that his wounds could easily have been yours, that the difference between recovery and death often measures in millimeters and fractions of seconds, rather than reflecting genuine merit or capability. The pre-match week brings familiar rhythms of intensive preparation and mounting anxiety, the process becoming routine in ways that should be reassuring, but instead feel disturbing. Because treating scheduled Mortal Kombat as normal reveals how completely the system has colonized your psychology, transforming exceptional violence into ordinary experience through repetition and institutional normalization. Lucius conducts final persona coaching, emphasizing that mid-card placement means performing for audiences who've already been warmed up by preliminary matches, who have higher expectations and less patience for boring, technique-focused combat, who want dramatic exchanges and emotional investment. And you practice exaggerated movements and theatrical flourishes that enhance visual impact while hopefully not compromising functional effectiveness. The match day arrives with the same inexorable physics that's defined all previous arena appearances, time continuing despite your desire for delay. And you move through preparation rituals that have become familiar enough to operate on autopilot, armor fitting, weapons check, religious gestures that might be actual prayer or might be superstitious habit. The distinction unclear even to you as survival desperation blurs boundaries between genuine faith and pragmatic psychological management. The mid-card entrance creates different arena dynamics than preliminary matches. The crowd already energized by earlier bouts. Their appetite for violence partially satisfied, but expectations calibrated higher, demanding more skilled combat and dramatic presentation than they accept from opening fighters. And you feel this pressure as you emerge from the tunnel into noise that's simultaneously more enthusiastic and more demanding than what greeted your previous appearances. Titus enters from the opposite gate, with the confident swagger of a proven fighter addressing a familiar audience. His movements theatrical and crowd-pleasing, playing to specific sections that apparently know him from previous matches. His established relationship with spectators revealing the kind of fan base that successful gladiators cultivate. Loyal followers who attend games specifically hoping to see their favorite fighters perform. The referee's introduction emphasizes your underdog status, your 2 victories compared to his 7, framing the match as experienced champion versus rising challenger, a narrative that audiences love for its clear stakes and dramatic potential. And you recognize Lucius's influence in how the presentation positions you. The reluctant warrior role gaining authority from being matched against someone with significantly superior credentials. The crowd's response to the introduction reveals divided loyalties, significant portions clearly supporting Titus based on his established reputation. But you notice other sections reacting positively to your introduction, suggesting that your previous matches generated enough interest to create the beginning of an actual following. People who've heard about your victories and are curious to see whether you can defeat someone of Titus's caliber. The match begins with immediate aggression from Titus, his preferred style apparently involving overwhelming opponents through relentless offensive pressure. And you find yourself defending desperately from the opening seconds. His combination of heavy armor and powerful strikes, creating situations where you can't effectively counterattack without accepting hits that your lighter secutor equipment might not adequately block. The sound of his gladius hitting your shield reverberates through your arm with shocking force, each impact reminding you that strength differentials matter in combat regardless of technical skill. That a physically stronger opponent wielding comparable weapons creates tactical problems that can't be solved through finesse alone. And you recognize that this match will require different strategy than your previous bouts, where opponents either lacked Titus's power or used weapons that didn't compete directly with your defensive capabilities. Your initial defensive focus frustrates the crowd, their noise patterns suggesting disappointment at the lack of dramatic exchanges. And you understand that you're failing to provide the entertainment value that mid-card placement demands. That pure survival tactics aren't sufficient when audience expectations require theatrical combat. But adjusting to more aggressive style while managing Titus's offensive advantages creates a tactical problem you're solving in real time under pressure that allows no time for considered analysis. The first successful counter comes when you notice a pattern in his attacking rhythm. A brief pause between combinations where he resets position, and you time a strike to coincide with this momentary vulnerability. Your gladius finding the gap below his shield where armor coverage is minimal, drawing blood and eliciting crowd reaction that suggests they're pleased to see the underdog score against the favorite. Titus's response to being hit is immediate escalation, his aggression intensifying in ways that suggest either tactical adjustment or emotional reaction to unexpected resistance. And you can't determine whether he's executing planned strategy or allowing anger to influence his combat decisions. Both possibilities requiring different defensive responses, creating uncertainty that compounds the already significant challenge of managing his powerful offense. The match develops into a pattern of his dominance, punctuated by your occasional successful counters. The tactical dynamic clearly favoring him, but not completely one-sided. Enough uncertainty remaining that spectator investment intensifies. Their noise building with each exchange. The energy in the arena creating almost physical pressure that affects your psychological state in ways that training never fully prepared you for. The difference between practice audiences and 70,000 invested spectators manifesting in performance demands that extend beyond pure combat effectiveness. Fatigue accumulates faster than in previous matches. Titus's relentless offense forcing constant high-intensity defense that drains energy reserves at unsustainable rates. And you recognize that conditioning might determine outcome more than technical skill. That whoever maintains functionality longest will gain decisive advantage as the opponent deteriorates past effective combat capability. The crowd noise shifts, and you realize they're reacting to something you missed during combat focus. And glancing toward the sponsor's box reveals the Emperor himself has arrived. Late entry to the game's creating situation where your match is occurring under Imperial observation, raising stakes dramatically because Emperors are known to remember specific gladiators and their performances, potentially creating long-term consequences, positive or negative, depending on whether you provide entertainment that pleases versus disappoints the ultimate authority. Titus seems energized by Imperial presence, his performance becoming more theatrical, strikes delivered with extra flourish, victory celebrations more pronounced, clearly playing to the Emperor's box. And you understand that he sees opportunity to enhance his reputation through impressive performance under the highest status observation possible, his motivations extending beyond simple match victory to encompass career advancement through strategic impression management. You attempt to match his theatrical energy while maintaining defensive integrity, understanding that the Emperor's presence means this match will be discussed and remembered, that your performance now contributes to building or damaging reputation among the most influential possible observers. And the additional psychological pressure of Imperial scrutiny adds to already overwhelming cognitive load of managing actual combat against superior opponent. The decisive exchange comes unexpectedly during what seems like routine engagement. Titus's gladius finding gap in your armor that shouldn't have existed. The blade penetrating between chest plate and shoulder guard in a strike that creates immediate serious pain and compromises your sword arm's full functionality. And suddenly the tactical balance shifts dramatically as your offensive capability deteriorates while his remains intact. The injury creating asymmetry that favors his already dominant position. Blood flows from the wound with alarming enthusiasm. The visual impact apparently satisfying crowd bloodlust because their noise intensifies. And you understand that you're providing the dramatic injury that mid-card matches are expected to deliver. That your suffering is successfully entertaining the audience, even as it potentially ends your combat effectiveness and possibly your life depending on wound severity and subsequent match development. The referee watches closely, evaluating whether the injury justifies intervention, but you demonstrate continued capability despite the damage, maintaining defensive posture and weapon readiness at levels that don't yet require mercy stoppage. Though you recognize that fighting one-armed against Titus's two-armed offense creates unsustainable tactical situation that will resolve quickly unless you find some advantage to exploit before blood loss and pain degrade your remaining effectiveness completely. The pain from your shoulder wound creates a constant background scream that you have to mentally filter to maintain any combat effectiveness. Your brain categorizing the sensation as survivable damage that doesn't yet require surrender despite how it compromises functionality. And you fight on with degraded capacity, while Titus presses his advantage with the methodical efficiency of someone who recognizes approaching victory and wants to close the match before circumstances shift unexpectedly. Your defensive options narrow as blood loss begins affecting coordination, movements becoming incrementally slower, reactions delayed by fractions that create exploitable gaps in your guard, and you recognize the downward spiral that leads from injury to degraded performance, to additional injury, to complete combat ineffectiveness. The trajectory clear, even if the timeline remains uncertain. The crowd's reaction oscillates between bloodlust satisfaction at dramatic injury and something that might be sympathy for the wounded fighter. Their noise patterns suggesting divided response to your continued resistance despite obvious disadvantage. And you sense that your refusal to collapse is generating the kind of crowd investment that could influence mercy judgments if the match proceeds to requiring imperial decision. Titus delivers a combination that drives you backward, your heels hitting the arena wall, the architectural barrier limiting your retreat options and creating tactical situation where he can press attack without concern about you using movement to escape pressure. And you understand that this position represents crisis point, that being cornered against stone while wounded and facing superior opponent typically precedes either surrender or death, depending on referee intervention and sponsor mercy. The Emperor's attention focuses visibly on your match, his posture shifting from casual observation to engaged interest. And you recognize that your struggle has captured imperial imagination sufficiently to matter. That however this resolves, the performance is registering with the ultimate arbiter of gladiatorial careers, creating potential consequences that extend beyond immediate survival to encompass long-term prospects if you manage to survive this specific crisis. Your one-armed defense against Titus's two-armed offense creates exchanges that look increasingly desperate, his strikes coming faster than you can adequately block, your shield taking damage that compromises its structural integrity, cracks spreading across the wood that will eventually cause complete failure. Adding another countdown timer to the multiple ways this situation is deteriorating toward inevitable defeat. The crowd noise reaches levels that feel physically oppressive. 70,000 voices concentrated on your struggle, their investment in outcome, suggesting that the match has achieved the entertainment value that mid-card placement demands. That regardless of how it ends, the spectacle has satisfied their appetite for dramatic combat. And this recognition brings strange comfort, because at least your potential death will have served its commercial purpose, providing value to the system that created the circumstances of your suffering. A desperate gamble forms in your tactical thinking, recognition that conventional defense has failed and that survival requires unconventional action. And you make decision that training never covered, deliberately taking a hit on your damaged shoulder to create opening for counterstrike. Accepting additional injury as cost of accessing Titus's exposed position during his overconfident follow-through. The pain of the deliberate hit nearly causes consciousness to fail, the agony exceeding anything you've previously experienced. But your counterstrike lands successfully. Gladius finding the gap below Titus's arm, where his aggressive posture has created vulnerability. The blade penetrating deeply enough to cause serious damage that immediately affects his combat capability. His right arm losing strength as your weapon damages muscles and possibly severs tendons. The tactical equation shifts dramatically in single exchange. Both fighters now seriously wounded. The match transformed from his dominance to mutual degradation. Neither combatant operating at full capability. The outcome dependent on who can maintain minimal functionality longest, rather than who demonstrates superior skill or strength. The crowd erupts at the reversal, their noise suggesting appreciation for dramatic shift. The underdog wounded fighter managing to seriously damage the favorite through desperate tactical innovation. The narrative arc satisfying their appetite for upset victories and against-odds triumphs. And you feel their energy shift toward supporting your survival. Their collective preference potentially influencing imperial judgment if mercy decision becomes necessary. Titus's expression reveals shock at finding himself seriously wounded after dominating most of the match. His confidence visibly shaken by unexpected reversal. And you recognize that psychological momentum has shifted, even though physical capabilities remain questionable for both fighters. The mental aspect of combat proving as important as technical skill when injuries have degraded both competitors past optimal performance levels. The referee circles closer, evaluating whether either fighter's injuries justify stopping the match. His professional judgment apparently concluding that both combatants retain sufficient capability to continue. Though the decision seems influenced by crowd investment and imperial presence, entertainment value perhaps outweighing medical prudence in determining whether to let injured fighters continue their mutual destruction. Your shield finally fails completely. The accumulated damage causing structural collapse that leaves you entirely reliant on sword work and evasion. The loss of defensive capability, creating new tactical situation that should favor Titus, except that his wounded arm similarly compromises his offensive options. Creating strange parity where both fighters operate with significant limitations. The engagement continues with both combatants visibly deteriorating, blood loss and pain degrading performance in real time. Movements becoming slower and less precise. technique giving way to simple survival efforts. The spectacle probably satisfying crowd appetite for gritty determination, even as it demonstrates the human cost of entertainment that demands fighters continue, despite injuries that should require medical intervention. The match approaches conclusion not through decisive technique, but through accumulated damage reaching critical mass. And you recognize that whoever collapses first will lose not because of superior opponent's skill, but simply because human bodies have physical limits that sustained combat and serious injury inevitably exceed. And maintaining consciousness and mobility becomes the only meaningful tactical consideration as the fight reduces to most primitive form of endurance contest. The collapse comes for Titus before it comes for you. His body finally succumbing to blood loss and exhaustion, his legs giving out in a way that's simultaneously dramatic and pathetic. The champion reduced to kneeling in sand, while his weapon falls from nerveless fingers, and the crowd's reaction confirms what you barely dare to believe: that you've somehow defeated a 7-victory veteran despite being seriously wounded yourself. That survival has once again manifested through combination of skill, desperation, and statistical luck that defies reasonable expectation. The referee signals match conclusion, his gesture sparing you the decision about whether to deliver finishing strike. And you stand over Titus with your gladius ready, but hoping desperately that mercy will be granted, because executing him would represent crossing threshold you've managed to avoid in previous victories. And the weight of that potential action feels heavier than the physical exhaustion currently threatening your own collapse. The Emperor rises from his seat, the gesture commanding immediate silence from 70,000 spectators, and all attention focuses on the Imperial box, where the ultimate authority will render judgment. The fate of a defeated champion resting in hands of someone for whom this decision represents political theater rather than human stakes. And you watch the Emperor's face trying to read intention from expression that remains carefully neutral. The thumb extends upward in the mercy gesture, and relief washes through you with such intensity that your knees buckle, dropping you to the sand beside Titus in mutual collapse. Both fighters preserved by imperial clemency that recognizes entertainment value in keeping skilled combatants alive for future matches. The commercial logic of the arena once again determining outcomes in ways that happen to align with your desperate preference for not having to kill. The crowd erupts in approval, their noise suggesting satisfaction with the match outcome. The dramatic combat and mutual wounding providing sufficient entertainment value to justify preserving both fighters. And you understand that you've successfully navigated the performance requirements of mid-card placement, delivering spectacle that pleases both masses and Emperor, while somehow managing to survive with your moral boundaries mostly intact. Attendants rush onto the arena floor to provide immediate medical assistance, Galen among them, his professional assessment of your wounds conducted with efficiency that suggests he's performed this exact evaluation hundreds of times, and his determination that your injuries are serious but survivable brings cascading relief that you're not facing immediate death from blood loss or infection. Though his expression also conveys concern about long-term implications of accumulated combat damage. The transport to the medical facility beneath the arena occurs in fragments of consciousness. Your awareness flickering as blood loss and shock combine to produce altered mental state, and you catch glimpses of the underground passages, other wounded gladiators receiving treatment, the industrial efficiency with which arena casualties are processed, all of it registering through the fog of pain and exhaustion that makes coherent thought increasingly difficult. Galen's treatment involves stitching that feels like it takes hours, though probably consumes less time than perception suggests. His hands working with the practiced efficiency of someone who's repaired countless gladiatorial injuries. And his running commentary about wound care and recovery expectations provides information you try to absorb despite the pain that makes concentration nearly impossible. The conversation reveals that Titus survived his injuries as well, receiving similar treatment in an adjacent area, and Galen's observation that you'll both recover to fight again brings complex emotional response. Relief that you haven't killed him, mixing with dread about the implications of continued survival. That success in the arena means perpetual enrollment in the cycle of scheduled violence, with no clear path toward actual freedom. The Emperor's interest in your match apparently extended beyond simply granting mercy, because Galen mentions that Imperial representatives inquired about your recovery timeline and potential availability for future games. The attention simultaneously flattering and terrifying. Because Imperial favor can accelerate careers, but also creates expectations and pressures that make survival more rather than less complicated. The medical tent fills with other wounded fighters from subsequent matches, the space becoming crowded with injured men at various stages of treatment. And the collective suffering creates atmosphere that's simultaneously communal and isolating, because everyone processes their own pain and fear while surrounded by others doing the same. Shared experience, creating bond, without necessarily providing comfort. Your recovery period extends over subsequent days, the shoulder wound healing slowly despite Galen's expert care. And you learn that serious gladiatorial injuries often take weeks or months to fully recover. That the Lanista's investment in your rehabilitation reflects calculation about future earning potential rather than genuine concern for your well-being. Though the practical result of receiving quality medical care remains the same regardless of motivation. Quintus visits during recovery, bringing news from the ludus, providing companionship that helps manage the isolation of extended medical confinement. And his reports about training and upcoming games remind you that the gladiatorial world continues operating whether you're actively participating or temporarily sidelined by injury. The conversation with Quintus turns philosophical, discussing what the Emperor's interest might mean for your career trajectory. Whether imperial favor represents opportunity or trap. And neither of you has definitive answers because gladiatorial careers operate according to logic that seems arbitrary from fighters' perspective, subject to whims and preferences of sponsors and crowds and emperors whose decision-making processes remain opaque to the property, whose lives they're deciding. News arrives that your match has become discussed topic among Rome's elite. The dramatic comeback and mutual wounding providing conversation material for dinner parties and political gatherings. Your existence becoming entertainment narrative that circulates among people who will never know you as actual person, but who have opinions about your fighting style and persona and prospects. The commodification of your identity, complete when even your personality becomes public property, subject to collective interpretation and judgment. The recovery period provides unwanted time for reflection, lying in medical facility contemplating choices and circumstances that led to current situation, analyzing whether any different decisions might have produced alternative outcome, though the exercise feels futile because the past remains fixed, and the future offers only continuation of the path you're already on. Survival and gladiatorial system requiring forward momentum because stopping or refusing participation isn't option that the ludus permits. Galen's prognosis eventually shifts from recovery monitoring to clearance for return to training. The medical assessment concluding that your injuries have healed sufficiently to permit resumption of combat preparation. And while this should feel like good news, the return to training means resumption of the cycle that leads inevitably back to arena, back to scheduled violence, back to the desperate mathematics of survival odds that never quite reach certainty regardless of how many matches you win. The return to training after weeks of recovery feels simultaneously familiar and alien. Your body remembering the movements while simultaneously protesting the demands being made on muscles and joints that haven't been stressed at combat intensity since the injury. And the first sessions leave you exhausted in ways that training never did before. The accumulated damage manifesting as reduced capacity that Marcus observes with clinical assessment about whether you'll return to previous performance levels or permanently operate at diminished effectiveness. The ludus atmosphere has changed during your absence. New fighters arriving while others disappeared through death or sale, or the mysterious departures that occur without explanation. And you recognize that gladiatorial schools operate as continuous flow systems where individual fighters are temporary components in machinery that functions regardless of who specifically occupies the training ground at any given moment. Your status has shifted noticeably. The 3-victory record and imperial notice creating social position that separates you from common gladiators, while not quite elevating you to the elite tier occupied by fighters with 10 or more arena wins. And navigating this intermediate status requires political awareness because making enemies among either higher or lower status fighters creates problems that can manifest in forms ranging from withdrawn cooperation to active sabotage. The lanista summons you for conversation about future match scheduling, and his proposal reveals the complications of imperial favor, explaining that promoters are requesting you specifically for upcoming games, that your drawing power has increased to a point where your participation adds commercial value to events. And while this should represent success, it also means pressure to perform consistently because disappointing audiences who've been promised your appearance damages both your reputation and the lanista's relationships with promoters who control access to prestigious match opportunities. Marcus modifies training focus based on assessment of how your injury has affected fighting capability, identifying that your shoulder mobility remains compromised compared to pre-injury baseline, and developing compensatory techniques that work around limitation rather than pretending it doesn't exist. The pragmatic approach acknowledging that gladiatorial careers involve accumulating permanent damage that must be managed rather than fully healed. The psychological impact of nearly dying in the arena manifests in unexpected ways during training. Moments of panic when sparring partner strikes come too close to replicating the exact positioning that caused your serious wound. And you recognize that combat trauma creates mental scars alongside physical ones. Fear responses that activate based on pattern recognition, even when rational analysis confirms you're in training rather than actual mortal danger. Quintus observes these psychological struggles with understanding born from his own arena experiences. And his willingness to discuss his own fear management strategies provides practical assistance that Galen's medical expertise can't address. The peer support from someone who's faced similar challenges proving more useful than professional psychological assessment would be, even if such services were available in gladiatorial context. The new recruits watch you with mixture of admiration and calculation, seeing in your success proof that survival and advancement are possible while simultaneously assessing whether you represent ally or competition. And you remember having similar reactions to veteran fighters during your own early training. The cycle repeating as fresh bodies enter the system, seeking whatever advantages they can identify in the established hierarchy. Lucius resumes persona development work, refining the reluctant warrior character based on audience feedback from your previous matches, explaining that crowds respond particularly well to your apparent moral conflict about violence, that the hesitation before decisive strikes reads as nobility rather than weakness, and that cultivating this image could create long-term commercial value if you survive long enough to build substantial fan base. The economic reality of successful gladiatorial careers becomes more explicit as Lucius discusses potential revenue streams beyond basic appearance fees, mentioning that popular fighters receive endorsement opportunities, private training commissions from wealthy Romans, and eventually negotiating power regarding match selection and opponent choice. The whole conversation treating combat as business venture, where survival is prerequisite for capitalizing on commercial opportunities. Training introduces new weapon combinations and fighting styles, preparing you for possibility of being matched against opponents using equipment you haven't previously faced. And the curriculum expansion reveals how much tactical knowledge experienced gladiators must master. The variety of possible matchups creating combinatorial complexity that requires both broad understanding and specific deep expertise in your primary secutor role. The social dynamics with other gladiators grow more complex as your status increases. Some fighters seeking alliance while others maintain distance. And you learn to read the political undercurrents that determine who can be trusted versus who might betray confidences or exploit vulnerability. The whole environment operating as miniature society with hierarchies and factions and alliances that shift based on changing circumstances and perceived advantages. News arrives about upcoming Imperial Games scheduled for 3 months hence. Massive spectacles celebrating military victories with expanded gladiatorial matches featuring the Empire's most famous fighters, and speculation immediately begins about whether you'll be selected to participate. The opportunity representing potential career breakthrough if you survive, while the risk involves facing opponents of caliber you haven't previously encountered. Marcus confirms that the Lanista is negotiating your inclusion in the Imperial Games. The discussion apparently focusing on match placement and opponent selection. And while you're not consulted about preferences, merely informed about decisions being made, the awareness that your next arena appearance might occur under maximum possible visibility creates pressure that exceeds anything you've experienced in previous match preparations. The training intensity increases dramatically in anticipation of Imperial Games participation. Marcus apparently determined that you'll be as prepared as possible given the time available, and the punishing schedule leaves little energy for anything beyond eating, training, and sleeping. The entire existence narrowing to focus on combat readiness, because inadequate preparation for Imperial-level competition carries consequences more severe than preliminary match failures. Galen monitors your physical condition closely, concerned that intensive training combined with incomplete recovery from serious injury might cause re-injury or create new damage. And his medical assessments include frank discussions about whether pushing for Imperial Games participation is worth the health risks. though ultimately the decision rests with a lanista whose commercial calculations outweigh medical prudence in determining how fighters are deployed. The nights bring anxiety dreams about imperial games. Your sleeping mind constructing elaborate scenarios of arena combat under maximum scrutiny. And you wake from these nightmares with heart racing and muscles tense. The psychological preparation apparently occurring whether you consciously control it or not. Your brain trying to process approaching danger through repetitive simulation that feels as exhausting as actual physical training. Quintus receives selection for Imperial Games as well. His inclusion in the massive spectacle confirming that successful partnerships have commercial value that promoters recognize. And the knowledge that you'll both be participating creates complex emotional response. Relief at having trusted ally present mixing with dread about possibility of watching him die if his match goes badly, or having him witness your own potential death if the tactical situations develop unfavorably. The Imperial Games approach with accelerating timeline that makes weeks feel like days. The compressed schedule creating pressure that pervades every aspect of ludus life, as multiple gladiators prepare simultaneously for the massive spectacle. And the collective anxiety transforms the training ground into pressure chamber, where men process fear through increasingly intense combat drills that occasionally cross the line from practice into actual violence, requiring medical intervention. The match assignments are finally announced with ceremonial formality that seems designed to maximize psychological impact. And you learn that you'll be fighting in a 4-man battle, where 2 teams of paired gladiators compete with survivor determination. Your partnership with Quintus, pitted against another established team with comparable arena records. The format designed to create sustained dramatic combat rather than quick resolutions. Your assigned opponents are revealed as a Myrmio-Thrax combination named Lucius and Gaius, both with 6 victories each, their reputation suggesting tactical sophistication and effective teamwork. And studying their previous match records reveals fighters who excel at coordination and exploiting opponents' mistakes, qualities that make them dangerous in the extended format, where small tactical errors accumulate into decisive disadvantages. The training shifts to focus specifically on 4-man battle tactics, practicing with Quintus against other paired teams to develop the coordination required for successful partnership combat at scale beyond what you've previously attempted. And the complexity of managing positioning, timing, and tactical communication while facing multiple opponents reveals layers of difficulty that make previous matches seem simple by comparison. Marcus emphasizes that Imperial Games operate under different pressure than regular matches because the Emperor's personal attendance means every decision gets scrutinized by the ultimate authority who has absolute power to grant or deny mercy, advance or destroy careers, create fortune or mandate death based on entertainment preferences that seem arbitrary from fighters' perspective, but that represent political calculations the Emperor makes about public image and crowd management. The psychological weight of fighting under direct imperial observation creates stress that exceeds normal pre-match anxiety. The awareness that your performance will be personally witnessed and judged by someone who can transform your life with single gesture. And you struggle to manage this additional pressure layer while maintaining focus on the tactical preparation that represents your only actual control over outcome. Lucius conducts intensive persona coaching specific to Imperial Games context, explaining that the Emperor appreciates different qualities than general audiences, that demonstrating both martial skill and theatrical awareness pleases imperial sensibilities in ways that pure combat effectiveness might not, and that calibrating your performance to satisfy both crowd and emperor requires sophisticated understanding of what each constituency values and how to deliver entertainment that satisfies multiple stakeholder groups simultaneously. The economic stakes of Imperial Games participation become explicit when the lanista explains the financial arrangements, describing how successful performance can multiply a gladiator's commercial value overnight, how imperial favor translates to premium appearance fees and negotiating leverage, how victory in front of the emperor creates opportunities that years of regular arena wins might never produce. The whole explanation making clear that this match represents potential career inflection point if you survive with reputation enhanced rather than damaged. Galen provides final medical clearance with reservations, his assessment concluding that you're physically capable of competing but carrying accumulated damage that creates vulnerabilities. And his frank discussion of injury risks includes the observation that gladiators who push through multiple matches with incomplete healing often suffer catastrophic failures, where previously manageable injuries suddenly become career-ending or fatal. The body's resilience having limits that cumulative stress eventually exceeds. The final week brings ritual preparations that seem designed as much for psychological management as practical readiness. Religious ceremonies conducted with unusual solemnity, given the stakes, offerings to Mars and other martial deities, accompanied by prayers that feel less like empty formality and more like desperate bargaining with forces beyond human control. You visit the Colosseum for final tactical walkthrough. The empty arena somehow more intimidating than when filled with crowds because the scale and architecture become fully apparent without the distraction of spectators. And standing in the center imagining the Imperial Games creates vertigo sensation as you contemplate performing combat under maximum possible scrutiny in front of assembled political and social elite of the entire empire. The equipment fitting for Imperial Games involves armor and weapons of higher quality than standard issue. The lanista apparently investing in superior gear to maximize his fighters' chances and protect the commercial value they represent. And the difference in equipment quality is immediately apparent. Better balance, superior protection, craftsmanship that suggests genuine care about functional effectiveness rather than merely adequate cheapness. The nights before Imperial Games bring insomnia that makes previous pre-match sleeplessness seem trivial. Your mind unable to achieve rest despite physical exhaustion. The anxiety about upcoming performance creating mental state that oscillates between confident scenarios and catastrophic imaginings. Neither extreme feeling accurate, but both competing for psychological dominance in ways that prevent the calm focus that would actually serve tactical preparation. Quintus shares similar struggles with pre-match anxiety, and your late-night conversations reveal that even experienced fighters never fully adapt to the stress of scheduled mortal combat, that the fear remains constant across matches regardless of how many previous victories accumulate, and that managing terror becomes skill as important as weapon technique in determining who survives the psychological pressure that arena performance demands. The morning of Imperial Games arrives with the same physical inevitability that's characterized all previous match days, time continuing regardless of your readiness or willingness. And you move through preparation rituals that have become familiar sequence of armor fitting, weapons check, religious gestures, mental preparation techniques, all of it conducted with mechanical precision, because routine provides psychological anchor when circumstances exceed comfortable processing capacity. The transport to the Colosseum occurs in guarded convoy. The lanista apparently concerned about protecting valuable gladiators from any incidents that might prevent their participation. And the journey through Rome's streets provides glimpses of the city decorated for imperial games, banners and crowds, indicating the massive public investment in spectacle that your match will help provide. The whole empire apparently focused on entertainment that will include your potential death as one component of the day's programming. The holding cells beneath the Colosseum fill with gladiators from multiple schools, the collective of fighters representing the empire's best, creating atmosphere of tense professionalism. Veterans exchanging respect while simultaneously recognizing that today's ally might be tomorrow's opponent, depending on how match assignments develop. And you navigate this social complexity while maintaining focus on your specific tactical challenge. The four-man battle that will occur in several hours when the games reach the point in schedule where your match has been programmed to deliver specific entertainment value to crowds and emperor, whose expectations you must somehow satisfy while simultaneously fighting for survival. The sounds of the imperial games filter down through stone and sand to the holding cells, creating auditory narrative of the day's progression. Preliminary animal hunts, followed by executions, followed by the opening gladiatorial matches. Each phase marked by distinctive crowd reactions that allow tracking the schedule's advancement toward the moment when you'll be called to perform. And the waiting creates its own torture as anticipation builds beyond sustainable levels. Your body flooded with adrenaline hours before it will actually be needed for combat. The gladiators in adjacent cells include some of the Empire's most famous fighters, men whose names you've heard discussed in training, whose match records inspire both admiration and intimidation. And being in proximity to this level of elite combat expertise creates strange mixture of honor and inadequacy. Understanding that you've achieved enough success to merit inclusion in this company, while simultaneously recognizing the skill gap that separates rising fighters from true champions. A veteran gladiator named Crixus, holder of 15 arena victories and survivor of 3 imperial games, offers unsolicited advice during a quiet moment. His willingness to share tactical wisdom suggesting either genuine mentorship or psychological warfare, designed to fill your head with overthinking that might compromise performance. And you absorb his guidance about managing Imperial Games pressure while trying to evaluate his motivations and determine whether his counsel represents help or subtle sabotage. The conversation with Crixus reveals aspects of gladiatorial culture that training never addressed. The unwritten rules and informal hierarchies that exist among fighters independent of official ludus structure. The complex social bonds that form between men who might be required to kill each other, but who share understanding of what arena combat actually demands beyond what spectators or lanistas comprehend. The call comes sooner than expected despite hours of waiting. Your match assignment arriving with bureaucratic efficiency that transforms abstract future into immediate present, and you move toward the preparation area with Quintus. Both of you conducting final equipment checks and tactical review while trying to maintain psychological equilibrium that the approaching combat threatens to shatter. The armor fitting proceeds with ritual precision, each piece positioned and secured by attendants who performed this service for hundreds of gladiators. Their professional detachment revealing that they see you as temporary occupant of equipment that will outlast your career, whether that ends today or years hence. And this recognition of your own replaceability creates strange psychological effect, simultaneously liberating and horrifying to understand that the system will continue regardless of your individual outcome. The final moments before arena entrance occur in compressed time that seems simultaneously too fast and too slow. Your perception of duration becoming unreliable as stress hormones flood your system and prepare your body for extreme performance demands. And you try to center yourself mentally, to access whatever combat psychology allowed survival in previous matches. Though the pressure of Imperial Games creates different mental state that resists the calming techniques you've developed. The tunnel entrance approaches, and you can hear the crowd reacting to the previous match's conclusion, their noise suggesting satisfaction with whatever spectacle just occurred. And you understand that you're walking into audience that's been warmed up by earlier entertainment, their expectations calibrated, and their appetite for violence partially satisfied, but still demanding the dramatic combat that your match has been scheduled to provide. Quintus exchanges final tactical reminder about coordination signals you've developed. The brief communication focusing your attention on practical execution rather than abstract anxiety. And his calm demeanor provides steadying influence, even though you know he's experiencing similar fear beneath the professional exterior he's maintaining for both your benefits. The light at the tunnel's end seems impossibly bright. The contrast between underground darkness and arena brilliance creating visual shock that's familiar from previous matches, but feels more intense given the stakes and visibility of Imperial Games. And you step forward into noise and light and heat that hit like physical forces. 70,000 voices concentrated on welcoming the next fighters who will entertain them with struggle and blood and potential death. The arena sand reflects sunlight with painful intensity, the pristine surface recently raked to remove evidence of previous matches. And you take your position while your opponents enter from the opposite gate. Lucius and Gaius, moving with coordinated confidence that suggests extensive partnership experience. Their body language revealing neither arrogance nor fear, but professional readiness for a task they've successfully completed multiple times. The referee conducts introductions with elaborate formality befitting Imperial Games, announcing your records and fighting styles with theatrical flourish that builds crowd investment in the coming combat. And you notice the Emperor in his box, surrounded by the Empire's political and social elite. All attention focused on the arena floor, where four men will soon attempt to kill each other for entertainment and glory. And the commercial interests of various stakeholders who profit from gladiatorial spectacle. The formal salute to the Emperor follows traditional protocol. All four fighters acknowledging the ultimate authority whose judgment will determine mercy if any combatant is defeated but not killed. And you catch the Emperor's eye for a brief moment, trying to read his expression for some indication of preference or expectation. But finding only the neutral mask of someone who's witnessed hundreds of gladiatorial matches and who's learned to withhold visible reaction until performers have earned emotional investment. The signal comes. The match begins. And immediately the tactical complexity of four-man combat manifests in ways that training approximated but couldn't fully replicate. The need to track multiple opponents simultaneously while coordinating with Quintus and managing spacing and timing, all creating cognitive load that pushes your processing capacity to limits. And you understand viscerally why team combat requires entirely different skill set than individual dueling. Despite the surface similarity of using weapons to defeat armed opponents. The opening exchanges develop with cautious probing, as both teams assess each other's coordination and tactical preferences. Neither side willing to commit to aggressive engagement, without first gathering intelligence about how opponents respond to pressure. And the patient development creates building tension that you can feel in crowds' reaction. Their noise patterns suggesting anticipation of the dramatic violence that they know is coming once preliminary positioning resolves into actual committed combat. Your first successful strike comes during coordinated attack, where Quintus draws both opponents' attention, creating brief moment where Gaius's defensive focus shifts away from you. And your Gladius finds his shield arm in cut that draws blood without causing serious damage, but establishes that your team can execute planned combinations successfully. The tactical proof providing confidence boost that marginally reduces the performance anxiety that's been building since Imperial Games were first announced. The four-man combat develops into complex tactical exchange that exceeds anything you've experienced in previous matches. The constant need to track multiple opponents while maintaining coordination with Quintus, creating mental demands that push beyond comfortable processing capacity. And you recognize that team combat at this level represents fundamentally different challenge than the individual or paired matches you've previously survived. Lucius and Gaius demonstrate why they've accumulated 6 victories each. Their partnership coordination revealing practice and experience that translates into seamless tactical execution, covering each other's vulnerabilities with timing that seems almost telepathic. And facing this level of teamwork requires matching their synchronization or finding ways to disrupt it before their superior coordination creates decisive advantages. The crowd's investment in the match intensifies as the combat develops genuine drama, neither team achieving clear dominance. The tactical exchanges creating visual spectacle that satisfies their appetite for skilled violence. And you sense that the entertainment value is registering positively with both masses and Emperor. The pressure to perform at this level, somewhat relieved by recognition that you're successfully delivering the dramatic combat that Imperial Games attendance demands. Quintus signals a combination you've practiced extensively, drawing Lucius into overextension while you angle for strike against Gaius. The coordinated maneuver executing successfully enough to land solid hit that compromises Gaius's shield mobility. And the tactical advantage creates brief window where your team achieves superior positioning. Though Lucius responds faster than hoped and prevents full exploitation of the opportunity your combination created. The physical demands of extended four-man combat exceed individual match requirements. The constant high-intensity movement and split-second tactical decisions depleting energy reserves at rates that training predicted, but experiencing directly reveals as more severe than abstract preparation suggested. And you recognize the conditioning will likely determine outcome as much as technical skill, because whoever maintains functionality longest gains advantage as opponents deteriorate past sustainable performance levels. Your shoulder injury from the previous match manifests as limiting factor during certain movements. The healed wound creating range of motion restrictions that occasionally compromise optimal technique execution. And you adjust tactics to work around the limitation while hoping opponents don't notice and exploit the vulnerability that accumulated damage has created. Gaius apparently recognizes your shoulder compromise because his attacks begin targeting that specific area, testing whether pain or limited mobility can be exploited to create tactical openings. And you defend desperately while signaling Quintus to shift positioning, in ways that minimize exposure of your damaged side to aggressive probing that's beginning to succeed in creating discomfort that affects combat effectiveness. The match extends beyond typical duration for four-man battles. Neither team willing to accept defeat. Both sides fighting with determination that transforms scheduled entertainment into genuine struggle for survival. And the crowd appreciates the extended drama. Their noise building with each exchange as they recognize that they're witnessing combat that exceeds normal spectacle in both duration and intensity. The Emperor's attention remains visibly focused on your match, his posture suggesting engaged interest rather than casual observation. And you understand that however this resolves, the performance is registering with the ultimate authority, whose favor can transform gladiatorial careers or condemn them to obscurity, creating stakes beyond immediate survival to encompass long-term prospects, if you manage to live through the current crisis. Quintus takes a serious hit when Lucius's gladius finds gap in his armor, blood flowing from wound that immediately affects his combat capability. And suddenly, the tactical equation shifts dramatically because your team's coordination depends on both fighters maintaining effectiveness. And Quintus's degraded capacity creates asymmetry that favors opponents who recognize opportunity to press advantage against weakened partnership. The referee watches closely, evaluating whether Quintus's injury justifies intervention. But your partner demonstrates continued capability despite visible pain, maintaining combat readiness at levels that don't yet require mercy stoppage. Though you recognize that fighting with one member seriously compromised creates unsustainable tactical situation unless you can somehow equalize by damaging opponents to comparable degree. Your response to Quintus's injury involves accepting more risk, pressing attacks more aggressively to create pressure that might prevent opponents from fully exploiting the advantage Quintus's wound provides. And the tactical shift from balanced teamwork to desperate offense changes combat dynamics in ways that create both opportunities and vulnerabilities. The increased aggression potentially generating decisive strikes or catastrophic mistakes depending on execution quality and circumstantial luck. The desperate offense succeeds in landing serious strike against Lucius, your gladius, finding his thigh in deep cut that compromises his mobility, suddenly creating parity where both teams have one seriously wounded member, and the crowd erupts at the reversal. Their appreciation for dramatic combat shifts, apparently satisfied by the evening of tactical balance that extends uncertainty about outcome. The match reduces to degraded combat as all four fighters continue despite injuries, technique giving way to determination. The spectacle probably satisfying crowd appetite for gritty resilience, even as it demonstrates the human cost of entertainment that demands continued performance despite damage that should require medical intervention. And you fight on with exhaustion and pain, creating constant background that you must filter to maintain any combat effectiveness. The conclusion approaches not through brilliant technique, but through accumulated damage reaching critical mass for one team before the other. And you recognize that the final resolution will come from whoever collapses first, rather than from superior tactical execution. The match having devolved into endurance contest where physical resilience matters more than skill or strategy. Gaius stumbles, his wounded shield arm finally failing completely. And in that moment of vulnerability, you and Quintus execute final coordinated strike. Both gladius attacks finding targets simultaneously in combination that represents last successful teamwork before exhaustion would prevent further coordinated action. and the referee signals match conclusion as both opponents collapse, unable to continue despite not being immediately killed. Their defeat confirmed by incapacity rather than death. The emperor rises from his seat, and 70,000 spectators fall silent with synchronization that reveals their collective understanding that ultimate judgment is approaching. And you stand in the arena center with Quintus, both of you supporting each other's weight because independent standing has become difficult after the accumulated damage and exhaustion of extended combat. While across the sand, Lucius and Gaius kneel in positions of defeat, awaiting mercy decision that will determine whether they survive to fight again or die here today, providing final entertainment value through execution. The imperial box seems impossibly distant despite direct sightline. The emperor's figure small with perspective, but commanding absolute attention. And you watch his face trying to discern intention from expression that remains neutral, giving no indication of judgment before the formal gesture that will communicate decision to assembled crowds and defeated fighters whose lives hang in balance. The thumb extends upward in mercy gesture, and the crowd erupts in approval, suggesting satisfaction with the emperor's clemency. The decision to preserve all 4 fighters, apparently pleasing audiences who appreciate the extended combat drama enough to want these specific gladiators preserved for potential future matches. And relief floods through you with intensity that nearly causes collapse, despite the fact that it's your opponents rather than you who required mercy. The emotional release of knowing that victory didn't require execution, creating gratitude mixed with exhaustion. The attendants rush onto arena floor to provide medical assistance, Galen among them conducting rapid triage to determine treatment priorities. And his professional assessment of injuries sustained by all 4 fighters reveals serious damage requiring extended recovery. The accumulated wounds from sustained combat having created trauma that will take weeks or months to fully heal despite none being immediately life-threatening. The crowd's continued noise suggests satisfaction with the match outcome, their investment in the combat drama apparently fulfilled by the extended battle and mutual wounding. And you understand that you've successfully delivered the entertainment value that Imperial Games participation demands, that the performance pleased both masses and Emperor in ways that will have career implications extending beyond immediate survival. The transport to medical facilities occurs in fragments of awareness as blood loss and shock combine to produce altered consciousness, your mind flickering between lucidity and dissociation as attendants move you through underground passages toward treatment areas. And you catch glimpses of other wounded gladiators from different matches. The medical spaces filled with men at various stages of injury and recovery. The scale of casualties revealing the human cost of single day's entertainment. Galen's treatment involves extensive stitching of multiple wounds, his hands working with practiced efficiency while providing running commentary about injury severity and recovery expectations. And his assessment concludes that you've accumulated significant damage that will require substantial healing time before returning to combat readiness. Though he observes with dark humor that successful Imperial Games performance typically earns recovery periods that Lanistas allow, because the commercial value of participating fighters justifies investment in proper rehabilitation. The conversation with Galen reveals that Quintus's injuries are comparable to yours, both of you having sustained serious but survivable wounds that will heal with time and proper care. And the medical prognosis suggests you'll both be sidelined from arena combat for minimum 2 months, possibly longer depending on healing progress and Lanista's assessment of when your commercial value justifies risking re-injury through premature return to active fighting. The Imperial representatives arrive at the medical facility with unexpected speed, their presence revealing that the Emperor's interest in your match extended beyond simply granting mercy. And their inquiry about your recovery timeline and future availability suggests Imperial favor that could transform your gladiatorial career if properly managed. Though the attention also creates pressures and expectations that make survival more complicated rather than less. The conversation with Imperial representatives reveals that the Emperor was particularly impressed by the extended combat and mutual determination, that the match exemplified qualities he values in gladiatorial spectacle, and that future Imperial Games may include specific requests for your participation, the whole discussion confirming that successful performance has elevated your status within the gladiatorial hierarchy in ways that create both opportunities and obligations. Quintus receives similar attention from Imperial representatives, confirming that successful partnerships have commercial and political value that authorities recognize. And the knowledge that your team has attracted Imperial notice creates complex emotional response. Pride at achievement mixing with dread about implications of being noticed by power structures that can elevate or destroy careers based on entertainment preferences that seem arbitrary from fighters' perspective. The recovery period begins with enforced rest that feels simultaneously welcome and frustrating, your body desperately needing time to heal, while your mind processes the implications of Imperial Games performance and what it means for future career trajectory. And lying in medical facility provides unwanted opportunity for reflection about choices and circumstances that led to current situation. The other gladiators recovering in medical spaces include some who fought in earlier Imperial Games matches, and conversations with these fellow wounded fighters reveal shared experiences of combat trauma and career anxiety. The bonds forming between men who faced similar challenges, creating temporary community based on mutual understanding of what arena violence actually demands beyond what spectators or lanistas comprehend. News filters into medical facility about how the broader public is responding to your match. Reports suggesting that the extended four-man battle has become discussed topic among Rome's elite and common citizens alike. Your name circulating as examples of exceptional combat drama, and the recognition that you've become public figures whose performances generate conversation creates strange disconnection between your internal experience of trauma and exhaustion versus external perception of heroic entertainment. The Lanista visits during recovery to discuss future plans. His satisfaction with Imperial Games performance evident in marginally improved treatment and explicit discussion of how successful participation has increased your commercial value. And his projections about future match opportunities reveal that Imperial favor translates directly to premium appearance fees and better matchmaking that reduces mortality risk while maximizing earning potential for both fighters and their owner. The recovery period extends over subsequent weeks, with gradual improvement in physical condition. The wounds healing with varying speed depending on severity and location. And Galen's regular assessments chart progress toward eventual clearance for return to training, though he emphasizes repeatedly that rushing recovery risks re-injury that could be career-ending or fatal. The accumulated damage having created vulnerabilities that proper healing must address before resuming combat activities. Quintus's recovery parallels yours, with both fighters progressing toward health at comparable rates. And the shared rehabilitation creates opportunity for extended conversations about what Imperial game success means for future prospects. Whether the attention represents genuine opportunity or trap that will eventually demand performance beyond sustainable capacity. And neither of you has definitive answers, because gladiatorial careers operate according to logic that seems unpredictable from fighters' perspective, even after multiple successful matches. The return to the ludus after extended medical recovery feels like entering a space that's simultaneously familiar and alien. The training ground sounds and rhythms recognizable, but your relationship to them changed by Imperial Games experience and the accumulated physical damage that's transformed your body's capabilities in ways that might be permanent. And Marcus's assessment of your post-recovery condition reveals both relief that you've healed adequately and concern about the limitations that remain despite Galen's successful treatment. Your status within the ludus hierarchy has shifted dramatically during recovery. The 4-victory record combined with Imperial Games success, creating social position that separates you from common gladiators and places you in the tier of recognized fighters whose names carry commercial value and whose opinions about training and tactics suddenly matter to lanistas and promoters who control match opportunities and career trajectories. The new recruits who've arrived during your absence look at you with mixture of awe and calculation that you remember directing toward veteran fighters during your own early training. And being the object of that assessment creates uncomfortable awareness of how far you've traveled from terrified newcomer to established fighter whose survival represents possibility rather than statistical improbability. Though you recognize that survivor bias distorts perception, because for every gladiator who achieves 4 victories, dozens die in their first or second matches and never get opportunity to accumulate the experience that might have allowed longer careers. Marcus modifies your training regimen based on assessment of permanent limitations from accumulated injuries, developing techniques that work around compromised shoulder mobility and other damage rather than pretending full recovery is possible. The pragmatic approach acknowledging that gladiatorial careers involve progressive physical degradation that must be managed rather than reversed. And the conversation about compensatory strategies feels like acceptance that you're no longer operating at peak capability, but at managed decline that hopefully extends career length despite reduced absolute performance levels. Quintus's return to training parallels yours, with both fighters working through similar physical limitations and psychological processing of what Imperial Games success means for future prospects. And the partnership that developed through combat now extends to shared rehabilitation and tactical adaptation. The bonds strengthened by mutual support through challenges that others in the ludus can't fully understand because they haven't experienced comparable pressure and scrutiny. Lucius resumes persona development work with new focus, informed by how audiences responded to your Imperial Games performance. Refining the reluctant warrior character based on feedback from elite observers whose opinions influence how promoters position fighters for future matches. And his coaching emphasizes that maintaining crowd favor while advancing through increasingly difficult opponents requires conscious character development that keeps audiences emotionally invested in your continued survival. The economic implications of Imperial Games success become more explicit as the lanista discusses future match arrangements, explaining that your commercial value has increased to level where you now command premium appearance fees, that promoters specifically request you for high-profile matches, and that the leverage this creates allows negotiation about opponent selection and match formats in ways that weren't possible before establishing reputation through successful Imperial Games participation. The whole conversation treating gladiatorial combat as business venture where brand management matters as much as fighting skill in determining career longevity and earning potential. Training introduces advanced tactical concepts that experienced gladiators must master to survive against elite opponents. Techniques for managing crowd reactions to influence mercy judgments. Strategies for reading referee behavior to anticipate intervention decisions. Political awareness about how match outcomes affect relationships between lanistas and promoters. The curriculum expanding beyond pure combat skills to encompass the broader ecosystem of factors that determine gladiatorial success at the highest competitive levels. The social dynamics with other gladiators grow more complex as your status increases. Some fighters genuinely congratulating your success, while others maintain distance or display resentment. And you learn that advancement within gladiatorial hierarchies creates enemies as well as allies, because the zero-sum nature of arena combat means your victories occur at others' expense, either directly through defeating them or indirectly through claiming match opportunities and audience attention that might otherwise have been distributed to different fighters. News arrives about upcoming games scheduled for 2 months hence. Prestigious event sponsored by wealthy senator celebrating his appointment to important governmental position. And speculation immediately begins about whether you'll be selected to participate. The opportunity representing continued career momentum if you survive, while the risk involves facing opponents whose quality matches or exceeds what you encountered during Imperial Games. The stakes remaining consistently high, regardless of how many previous matches you've survived. The psychological toll of continued gladiatorial participation manifests in ways that recovery period didn't fully address. Anxiety about future matches persisting despite successful track record. Nightmares continuing to disrupt sleep. Moments of panic during training when particular movements or situations trigger memories of previous injuries. And you recognize that combat trauma accumulates across matches rather than being resolved through survival, creating psychological burden that compounds with each additional arena exposure, regardless of whether the specific match results in victory or defeat. Galen provides ongoing medical monitoring focused on preventing re-injury of previously damaged areas. And his assessments include frank discussions about gladiatorial career sustainability, observations about how many matches most fighters survive before accumulated damage becomes catastrophic, statistics about life expectancy for gladiators at your current level of success, the whole conversation conducted with clinical detachment that makes the grim prognosis easier to process than emotional delivery would be. Though the factual information about probable outcomes remains disturbing regardless of how it's communicated. The evenings bring philosophical discussions with Quintus about what constitutes success in gladiatorial context, whether survival alone justifies the moral compromises and physical damage, whether freedom through manumission remains realistic goal or fantasy that sustains fighters through hardships that would otherwise seem unbearable. And neither of you reaches satisfying conclusions because the questions don't have clean answers when posed about system designed to extract entertainment value from human suffering, while offering minimal realistic paths toward actual liberation. The pre-selection anxiety builds as the games approach. Rumors circulating about which gladiators will be chosen for which matches. And you wait with familiar dread for the announcement that will transform abstract future into concrete schedule of violence, requiring immediate preparation. The cycle repeating with same psychological pressure. Despite your growing experience, because the stakes never diminish and the fear never fully adapts to become manageable rather than overwhelming. The selection announcement arrives with the same bureaucratic efficiency that's characterized all previous match assignments. Marcus reading names from a wax tablet with inflectionless delivery that treats life-determining information as administrative detail. And when your name comes second on the list, you experience the familiar vertigo of certainty about approaching violence. Though this time the format announced creates additional complexity, because you'll be fighting individually rather than with Quintus. A one-on-one match against opponent identified as Spartacus, a legendary name that carries weight even before you learn that this particular bearer of it has accumulated 12 arena victories and reputation as one of the Empire's most skilled gladiators. The announcement of Spartacus as your opponent creates immediate anxiety that exceeds previous pre-match stress because his reputation suggests capabilities that far exceed anyone you've previously faced. And studying his match record reveals a fighter who's mastered multiple gladiatorial styles, who survived against numerous champions, who represents the kind of elite-tier opposition that most gladiators with your experience level wouldn't encounter until they'd accumulated significantly more victories if they survived long enough to earn such prestigious match assignments. Marcus's response to the announced matchup reveals concern barely concealed beneath professional demeanor. His tactical assessment making clear that facing Spartacus represents substantial step-up in difficulty from your previous opponents, including the Imperial Games competition. And his modified training focus emphasizes that survival will require perfect execution combined with tactical innovation, because conventional approaches likely won't succeed against someone who's seen and defeated every standard strategy through 12 previous victories. The Lanista's satisfaction with the match assignment confirms what you suspected, that your commercial value has reached level where promoters want to test you against genuine champions. And while defeating Spartacus would dramatically elevate your status, the risk involves not just potential death, but the possibility of defeat that damages reputation and commercial value in ways that could relegate you to lower-tier match assignments, even if you survive the encounter with Spartacus. Lucius conducts intensive persona coaching specific to fighting a legend, explaining that audiences will enter the match predisposed to favor Spartacus based on his established fame, that you'll need to demonstrate exceptional skill and character to overcome his natural popularity advantage, and that the narrative of rising challenger versus established champion creates specific entertainment dynamics that require sophisticated performance awareness to navigate successfully. The training intensity increases beyond what you've previously experienced. Marcus apparently determined that you'll be as prepared as possible given the limited time available. And the punishing schedule combined with awareness that you're preparing to face someone whose skills significantly exceed yours creates stress that pervades every aspect of ludus life, transforming even routine activities into reminders of approaching crisis. Galen provides medical assessment with frank discussion of risks, observing that facing elite-tier opponents like Spartacus typically results in either career-defining victory or serious injury, even when death is avoided through mercy. And his statistical analysis of how matches against 12 victory veterans typically resolve provides sobering perspective on your probable outcomes, though he notes that statistical patterns describe averages rather than determining individual results, and that skilled fighters operating at peak performance can occasionally produce upset victories that defy probability. The psychological preparation takes on new dimensions given Spartacus's reputation. Your mind constructing elaborate scenarios of how the match might develop, and managing the anxiety about facing someone whose combat capabilities exceed yours requires different mental approaches than previous matches, where you could reasonably expect competitive tactical exchanges rather than systematic dismantling by superior opponent. Quintus provides support through intensive training partnership, helping you prepare for Spartacus's known techniques and fighting patterns. And his assistance reveals the strength of bonds formed through shared combat experience. Though you recognize that watching you fight Spartacus will create its own stress for him, because friendship means caring about outcomes in ways that make witnessing high-risk matches psychologically difficult. The conversations with veteran gladiators who've previously faced Spartacus provide tactical intelligence that Marcus's instruction supplements, these fighters describing his preferred strategies, his patterns of movement and attack, his methods for exploiting opponents' weaknesses. And while the information helps preparation, it also reinforces how formidable he is, because every account emphasizes his comprehensive skill set and the difficulty of finding tactical advantages against someone who's mastered essentially all aspects of gladiatorial combat. The nights bring anxiety dreams that make previous pre-match insomnia seem trivial. Your sleeping mind replaying Spartacus's victories from the descriptions you've studied, constructing scenarios where his techniques systematically defeat your defensive strategies. And you wake from these nightmares, understanding that your subconscious is processing legitimate tactical concerns rather than producing irrational fears, because the probability genuinely favors his victory based on experience, differential, and skill advantage. The final week compresses into a sequence of intensive preparation and mounting psychological pressure. The reality of facing Spartacus, transforming from abstract future into imminent concrete event. And you move through training and tactical review with focus that's simultaneously sharper and more fragile than previous matches, because the stakes feel higher when facing opponent whose capabilities might exceed what you can realistically handle regardless of preparation quality. Marcus conducts final tactical briefing that emphasizes survival strategies as much as victory techniques, discussing how to minimize damage if the match trends badly, when to accept defeat gracefully to maximize mercy probability versus when to continue fighting despite disadvantage. The whole conversation acknowledging that victory remains possible, but that survival might require tactical surrender if Spartacus establishes dominance that you can't overcome. And accepting this realistic assessment requires confronting your own limitations in ways that previous matches where victory seemed achievable didn't demand. The match day arrives with the same inexorable physics that's characterized all previous arena appearances, time advancing regardless of your readiness or desire for delay. And you move through preparation rituals that have become both familiar and freshly terrifying given the specific opponent you're about to face. The armor fitting and weapons check and religious gestures, all conducted with mechanical precision that provides psychological anchor when circumstances threaten to overwhelm processing capacity. The holding cells beneath the Colosseum fill with gladiators preparing for various matches, and you catch a glimpse of Spartacus in an adjacent preparation area. His calm demeanor and professional efficiency revealing someone who's done this 12 times successfully, and who approaches scheduled combat with confidence born from comprehensive mastery rather than bravado, masking fear. And watching him conduct his pre-match routine reinforces how significantly his experience exceeds yours, despite your own respectable track record. The sounds of earlier matches filter down through stone, creating auditory timeline of the game's progression. And you track the schedule advancement with growing tension as your assigned time approaches. The certainty of impending combat creating physiological responses that flood your system with chemicals designed for brief emergency exertion, rather than sustained anticipatory stress that's been building for weeks. Quintus visits during final preparation moments, offering tactical reminder and emotional support that helps manage the anxiety threatening to compromise your ability to function effectively. And his presence provides steadying influence, even though you both recognize that no amount of preparation fully addresses the challenge of facing someone whose skills exceed yours across essentially all dimensions of gladiatorial combat. The call comes with administrative efficiency that transforms waiting into action. And you move toward the tunnel entrance with legs that feel disconnected from conscious control. Your body operating on autopilot while your mind races through final tactical review and desperate mental bargaining about outcomes that aren't subject to negotiation because the match will unfold according to logic determined by skills, circumstances, and probability, rather than preference or wishful thinking. The tunnel graffiti passes in peripheral awareness. Previous gladiators' messages registering as reminder that you're part of continuous tradition of men walking toward potential death for entertainment purposes. And you add your own mark to the accumulated inscriptions with piece of broken stone. A simple line that might be your final evidence of existence if the match with Spartacus resolves badly, and your body joins the disposal stream that processes arena casualties with efficient anonymity. The light at the tunnel's end approaches with familiar brilliance. The contrast between underground darkness and arena sunlight, creating visual shock that's become associated with transition from preparation to performance. And you step forward into noise that hits like physical pressure. The crowd already energized by previous matches and now focusing attention on the bout between rising challenger and established champion that promises either upset drama or confirmation of hierarchy through systematic demonstration of superior skill. The arena sand feels exactly as remembered from previous matches, hot and fine and carefully maintained to provide visual clarity for whatever blood gets spilled during combat. And you take your position while Spartacus enters from opposite gate, his movements fluid and controlled, playing to the crowd with gestures that reveal comfort with public performance that you're still developing despite your own growing experience. The referee conducts introductions with elaborate formality that emphasizes the disparity in your records. Your 4 victories compared to his 12, framing the match as David versus Goliath narrative that audiences love for underdog appeal. Though you recognize that biblical outcome isn't guaranteed, and the probability strongly favors the experienced champion, systematically defeating the challenger who stepped above his current competitive level. The crowd's reaction to introductions reveals divided investment. Significant portions clearly supporting Spartacus based on his established fame and proven record, but you notice other sections responding positively to your introduction, suggesting that your Imperial Games performance and reluctant warrior persona have generated enough following to create genuine audience division about preferred outcome. And this recognition that people care about your survival provides motivation beyond mere self-preservation. The formal salute to the sponsor follows traditional protocol, both fighters acknowledging the wealthy senator whose celebration these games honor. And you use the moment to center yourself psychologically, accessing whatever combat mindset allowed previous victories while recognizing that this match will require performance beyond what you've previously achieved if survival is to manifest through anything other than sponsor mercy after clear defeat. The signal comes. The match begins. And immediately Spartacus's superiority becomes apparent in ways that training described but experiencing directly reveals as more comprehensive than abstract preparation suggested, his movements economical and precise. His tactical awareness, creating situations where your planned responses arrive fractionally too late to be fully effective. His comprehensive skill set, allowing seamless adaptation to whatever strategies you attempt. And within the opening 30 seconds, you understand viscerally that you're fighting someone operating at different level entirely. That the 12 victory record represents genuine mastery rather than merely accumulated luck. Your defensive efforts managed to prevent immediate catastrophic defeat. The training Marcus provided, allowing adequate response to Spartacus's probing attacks. Though you recognize that he's gathering intelligence about your capabilities, while revealing minimal information about his own preferred techniques. The tactical asymmetry favoring him because he can afford patient development, while you need to find exploitable weaknesses quickly before his superior skills create decisive advantages. The crowd appreciates the tactical complexity of the opening exchanges. Their noise pattern suggesting recognition that they're witnessing skilled combat rather than simple mismatch. And you sense that maintaining competitive appearance matters for eventual mercy judgment if the match trends toward requiring sponsor decision about your fate. Because audiences more readily support preserving fighters who demonstrate courage and skill even in defeat compared to those who collapse without providing adequate entertainment value. Your first successful strike comes when you notice pattern in Spartacus's defensive footwork and execute combination that Marcus drilled specifically for exploiting this tendency. Your Gladius finding his shield arm in cut that draws blood without causing serious damage, but establishes that you can land hits against superior opponent. And the crowd's reaction suggests appreciation for the upset moment, even though both fighters recognize that single successful strike doesn't indicate competitive balance, when one combatant's overall capabilities significantly exceed the others. Spartacus's response to being struck reveals the character that 12 victories have forged, neither anger nor frustration, but simply tactical adjustment. His attacks becoming more aggressive while maintaining the technical precision that defines his fighting style. And you defend desperately against escalation that tests whether your successful strike represented genuine capability or statistical luck that won't replicate under increased pressure. The match develops into pattern of his dominance, punctuated by your occasional successful counters. The tactical dynamic clearly favoring him, but not completely one-sided, enough uncertainty remaining that the crowd stays invested in outcome. Their noise building with each exchange as they recognize that you're providing the competitive entertainment that justifies the matchmaking, even if probability still suggests eventual Spartacus victory. Your second successful strike comes during exchange, where you accept hit to your shield that splinters the wood, but creates opening for counter that finds his thigh, drawing blood and compromising his mobility slightly. And the tactical trade demonstrates willingness to accept damage for opportunity to inflict it. A desperation strategy that acknowledges you can't win through superior technique alone, but might create upset through accepting risks that more conservative approach would avoid. The crowd erupts at the thigh strike, their appreciation for underdog success apparent in noise patterns that shift toward supporting your survival. And you sense that audience favor is beginning to lean your direction despite Spartacus's superior reputation. The narrative of rising challenger refusing to concede against overwhelming opposition apparently resonating with spectators' appetite for drama and against-odds triumph. Spartacus's wounded leg begins affecting his mobility in ways that create tactical opportunities. His footwork losing the fluid precision that characterized earlier exchanges. And you press the advantage with combinations designed to exploit his compromised movement, understanding that this window might represent your best chance for achieving upset victory if you can capitalize before he adapts to fighting with limited mobility. The match extends beyond typical duration for one-on-one combat. Neither fighter willing to concede. Both sides demonstrating determination that transforms scheduled entertainment into genuine struggle. And the sustained intensity creates dramatic spectacle that appears to satisfy crowd appetite for extended combat drama, their energy building rather than dissipating as the match continues without clear resolution. Fatigue begins affecting both fighters as the extended duration depletes energy reserves. And you recognize that conditioning might ultimately determine outcome more than pure technical skill. That whoever maintains functionality longest will gain decisive advantage as opponent deteriorates past sustainable performance levels. And the realization creates renewed focus on efficiency because wasted motion directly translates to accelerated exhaustion that could prove fatal. Spartacus lands serious strike when you overextend during aggressive combination. His gladius finding gap in your armor and penetrating your shoulder and wound that creates immediate pain and begins compromising your sword arm's effectiveness. And suddenly, the tactical equation shifts back toward his favor as your offensive capability degrades, while his remains substantially intact, despite the leg wound affecting mobility. The referee watches closely, evaluating whether your shoulder injury justifies intervention. But you demonstrate continued combat capability despite visible pain, maintaining defensive posture and weapon readiness at levels that don't yet require mercy stoppage. Though you recognize that fighting one-armed against Spartacus creates unsustainable situation unless you find some tactical advantage to exploit before blood loss and pain eliminate your remaining effectiveness. The crowd's reaction to your injury reveals divided response. Some sections expressing bloodlust satisfaction at dramatic wound, while others show concern for the fighter they've begun supporting. And you understand that maintaining their favor requires demonstrating courage and continued resistance, despite obvious disadvantage because audiences appreciate determination in the face of adversity more than they value simple competitive balance. Your desperate offense with compromised shoulder produces mixed results. Some combinations succeeding in landing hits that accumulate damage on Spartacus, while others leave you vulnerable to counterstrikes that exploit your degraded defensive capability. And the tactical exchange becomes increasingly chaotic as both fighters operate with significant injuries that prevent execution of optimal technique. The match approaches crisis point as accumulated damage for both combatants reaches levels where catastrophic failure becomes probable. And you recognize that resolution is approaching not through brilliant technique, but through someone's body finally surrendering to the physical trauma that extended combat has inflicted. The outcome dependent on whose accumulated injuries prove unsustainable first. Spartacus stumbles when his wounded leg fails during lateral movement. The momentary loss of balance creating opening you seize with combination that Marcus drilled specifically for such opportunities. and your gladius finds multiple targets in rapid succession, striking his exposed side and then his sword arm in attacks that significantly compromise his combat effectiveness and suddenly create parity where both fighters are seriously wounded and operating at degraded capacity. The referee signals temporary halt to assess injuries, his evaluation determining that both fighters can continue despite serious wounds, though his decision seems influenced by crowd, investment, and sponsor presence. Because the dramatic combat has generated sufficient entertainment value that allowing continuation despite medical prudence serves the broader purposes that gladiatorial matches exist to fulfill. The resumption after referee evaluation finds both fighters visibly deteriorating, movement slower and less precise, technique giving way to simple determination, the spectacle probably satisfying crowd appetite for gritty resilience, even as it demonstrates human cost of entertainment that demands continued performance despite injuries requiring immediate medical intervention rather than further combat. And you fight on with exhaustion and pain, creating constant background that dominates awareness and must be consciously filtered to maintain any tactical effectiveness at all. And in the reduced combat capability that both fighters now operate with, the outcome becomes genuinely uncertain for the first time in the match, because Spartacus's superior skill matters less when both combatants have been reduced to surviving on determination rather than executing optimal strategy. The final phase of the match unfolds with both fighters operating at the edge of physical collapse. Movements reduced to basic survival efforts rather than sophisticated tactical execution. And you recognize that whoever maintains consciousness and mobility longest will win not through superior skill, but through simple endurance of accumulated trauma that's pushed both bodies past what should be sustainable limits. Spartacus launches what appears to be final offensive effort, his attacks coming with desperate aggression that suggests recognition that he needs to end the match quickly before his injuries compromise effectiveness beyond recovery point. And you defend with equally desperate focus, because surviving this assault might be sufficient to outlast him if his energy reserves fail before yours, despite his superior conditioning from longer career. The crowd noise reaches levels that feel physically oppressive. 70,000 voices concentrated on the struggle between two wounded fighters refusing to surrender. And their investment in outcome has become palpable. The emotional energy they're projecting onto the combat, creating pressure that somehow matters despite having no direct tactical impact on who strikes successfully or who collapses first. Your shield finally fails completely, the accumulated damage causing structural collapse that leaves you reliant entirely on sword work and evasion. And the loss of defensive capability creates new tactical crisis that should favor Spartacus, except that his own injuries have degraded his offensive capacity to point where the advantage his superior skill should provide has been largely neutralized by mutual damage. The engagement continues with both fighters visibly struggling, technique abandoned in favor of simple determination. And the spectacle demonstrates the human capacity for endurance beyond rational limits. When survival depends on continued function, your body operating on reserves you didn't know existed, pushing past pain and exhaustion through mechanisms that evolution designed for exactly these kinds of desperate circumstances. Spartacus's next strike finds your already wounded shoulder, the blade penetrating deeply enough to cause catastrophic pain and essentially eliminate your sword arm's utility. And you shift your gladius to your offhand with awkward desperation, understanding that fighting left-handed against even a seriously injured champion represents nearly impossible tactical situation. but that surrender is an option while consciousness and mobility remain. The crowd's reaction to your offhand weapon transition reveals appreciation for refusal to quit. Their noise suggesting that you've earned their favor through demonstrated courage regardless of match outcome. And you understand that audience support will likely influence mercy judgment if the match ends with your defeat. That the entertainment value you've provided through extended resistance has commercial and political worth that might translate to survival even in loss. Your offhand gladius work lacks the precision of dominant hand technique. But desperation creates wild strikes that occasionally succeed through unpredictability rather than skill. And you land hit on Spartacus's already wounded side in attack that draws blood and elicits pained reaction, suggesting the accumulated damage is approaching his limits as well. The match has extended far beyond normal duration. The sustained combat at injury-degraded capacity creating spectacle that appears to fascinate crowds through demonstration of human endurance under extreme conditions. And you fight on with awareness fragmented by blood loss and shock, your consciousness flickering between lucid tactical thinking and dissociative observation of your own struggle, as if watching from outside your body. Spartacus stumbles again, his wounded leg finally failing completely, and he drops to one knee in position that would normally signal defeat, except that you're in no condition to capitalize decisively. Your own injuries having reduced capability to point where even kneeling opponent represents significant challenge to overcome, with offhand gladius work and failing strength. The referee approaches to evaluate situation, his assessment apparently concluding that both fighters have reached limits of sustainable combat. And his signal brings the match to halt, with neither fighter having achieved clear victory through opponent's incapacitation, creating unusual circumstance where the match ends through mutual inability to continue rather than one combatant defeating the other. The sponsor rises from his seat, and the crowd falls silent in anticipation of judgment about how this unprecedented conclusion should be resolved. Whether both fighters should receive mercy for entertaining combat, or whether one should be declared victor based on technical assessment of who controlled more of the match before mutual degradation eliminated competitive advantage. The senator's gesture indicates mercy for both fighters, the decision apparently recognizing that the extended combat and mutual determination provided sufficient entertainment value to justify preserving both gladiators for future matches. And relief washes through you with intensity that finally breaks the adrenaline that's been sustaining function. Your body collapsing as the need to maintain combat readiness ends, and accumulated damage asserts itself without the override of immediate survival necessity. The attendants rush onto arena floor, Galen among them conducting rapid assessment of your injuries, and his expression reveals concern about severity of accumulated wounds. The shoulder damage particularly serious, though his immediate treatment focuses on stanching blood flow and stabilizing condition for transport to medical facilities where comprehensive repair can occur. The crowd's continued noise suggests satisfaction with match outcome, their appreciation for the dramatic combat, apparently fulfilled by extended battle that pushed both fighters to absolute limits. And you understand through the fog of pain and shock that you've somehow survived facing Spartacus. That the match ended in effective draw, rather than the clear defeat that probability suggested, that you've achieved outcome that preserves both life and reputation, despite facing opponent whose skills significantly exceeded yours. The transport to medical facilities occurs in fragments of awareness. Pain and blood loss producing altered consciousness where time becomes unreliable and events register without clear sequence. And you catch glimpses of Spartacus receiving similar treatment in adjacent area, both fighters having survived encounter that could easily have killed either or both of you depending on how tactical situations developed and how sponsor judgments resolved. Galen's treatment involves extensive work on multiple serious injuries, his hands moving with practiced efficiency while providing running commentary about wound severity and recovery expectations. And his assessment suggests that you've accumulated enough damage to require months of rehabilitation before returning to combat readiness. Though he observes with characteristic dark humor that matching Spartacus to draw represents career achievement that might justify extended recovery investment from Lanista, whose property has just demonstrated commercial value exceeding previous assessments. The recovery period from the Spartacus match extends far beyond previous rehabilitation experiences. The accumulated damage having created injuries that resist quick healing, and that Galen warns might never fully resolve to pre-match condition. Your body carrying permanent limitations that will define whatever remains of your gladiatorial career, assuming you survive long enough for career longevity to matter beyond immediate next match. The medical facility becomes temporary home for extended weeks, while your shoulder undergoes treatment that Galen describes as experimental. Techniques he's developed through treating countless gladiatorial injuries, but that remain unproven in terms of whether they restore full functionality versus merely preventing complete disability. And you submit to his procedures with understanding that optimal outcome still leaves you operating at reduced capacity compared to your peak physical state before the accumulated damage of multiple arena matches transformed your body's capabilities. Quintus visits regularly during recovery, his presence providing companionship that helps manage the isolation of extended medical confinement, and his reports about training in ludus politics keep you connected to the world that will eventually reclaim you once healing progresses sufficiently to permit return to combat preparation. Though the conversations also remind you that the gladiatorial system continues operating whether you're actively participating or temporarily sidelined by injuries sustained, while generating entertainment value for audiences who've already moved on to newer fighters and fresher spectacles. The news about public response to the Spartacus match reveals that the dramatic combat has become legendary within Rome's gladiatorial culture. The extended battle and mutual determination generating stories that circulate among both elite and common citizens. Your name now associated with the fight that pushed both participants past sustainable limits and produced draw that preserved both fighters through unprecedented sponsor mercy. And the recognition that you've become genuinely famous creates complex emotional response, mixing pride with dread about implications of notoriety that makes you commercially valuable in ways that reduce likelihood of ever achieving freedom through manumission. The Lanista visits during recovery to discuss future prospects. His satisfaction with your performance against Spartacus, evident in improved treatment and explicit projections about career trajectory, explaining that matching a 12-victory champion to draw has elevated your commercial value to tier where you command premium fees and attract elite audience attention. And while this should represent success, you recognize that increased value makes you more valuable as continuing property than as freed former gladiator. The economic incentives essentially guaranteeing that the Lanista will resist manumission regardless of how many victories you accumulate. Galen's prognosis evolves as healing progresses, his initial pessimism about full recovery moderating to cautious optimism that you might regain perhaps 80% of previous capability If rehabilitation proceeds optimally, and if you avoid re-injury during the extended recovery period. Though he emphasizes that 80% of previous peak means operating at significantly reduced absolute capacity, given that previous peak was already compromised by earlier accumulated damage. The progressive degradation revealing itself as inevitable consequence of gladiatorial careers that survive multiple matches. The conversations with other recovering gladiators provide perspective on what extended careers look like for fighters who survive past the early matches that eliminate most participants. And their stories reveal a pattern of accumulating permanent damage, declining physical capacity, increasing reliance on tactical knowledge and crowd management to compensate for reduced athletic capability, until eventually even the most skilled fighters reach point where continued participation becomes effectively suicidal, and retirement through manumission or catastrophic final injury becomes only realistic outcomes. Spartacus himself appears during your recovery, his own injuries having required comparable rehabilitation time, and the conversation between fighters who recently attempted to kill each other unfolds with strange camaraderie, based on mutual respect for demonstrated capabilities and shared understanding of what arena combat actually demands, beyond what spectators or lanistas comprehend. And he offers tactical advice about managing career longevity that comes from perspective of someone who survived 12 matches and understands the compromises and adaptations that extended gladiatorial careers require. The discussion with Spartacus reveals aspects of elite-tier gladiatorial life that your rising status is beginning to make relevant, including the political dimensions of matchmaking at highest levels, how imperial favor and senatorial patronage affect career opportunities, the informal networks that exist among top fighters who recognize collective interest in managing how matches get arranged and how outcomes get judged, and the whole conversation treating gladiatorial combat as sophisticated profession with complex ecosystem rather than simple survival situation that your earlier experience suggested. The recovery period provides unwanted opportunity for reflection about whether continued participation in gladiatorial system makes sense given accumulating physical damage and psychological toll. And you contemplate alternatives that might exist for someone with your current fame and capabilities, though realistic assessment suggests that options remain limited for property owned by lanisti, who views you as valuable commercial asset, rather than person deserving autonomy over life decisions. Quintus shares similar struggles with existential questions about gladiatorial careers, his own successful matches having created comparable situation where achievement paradoxically reduces freedom by increasing commercial value that incentivizes continued ownership. And your philosophical discussions reach no satisfying conclusions because the system is designed specifically to prevent easy exits for fighters who become valuable enough to generate significant revenue for their owners and the broader entertainment infrastructure. The medical facility eventually clears you for return to training with extensive restrictions about what activities are permitted during continued rehabilitation. And the transition from pure recovery to active preparation feels simultaneously like progress and like resumption of the cycle that will inevitably lead back to arena regardless of whether your body is fully healed or whether your psychological state has processed the trauma of nearly dying against Spartacus. The return to the ludus after months of medical absence reveals how completely the gladiatorial world has continued without you. New fighters having arrived, while others disappeared through death or sale. The training ground populated by faces that don't recognize your supposed fame, because they're too new to know the stories and too focused on their own survival anxieties to care about established fighters' previous achievements. And you recognize that individual gladiators remain replaceable components in machinery that functions continuously, regardless of who specifically occupies the training ground at any given moment. The modified training regimen Marcus develops for your reduced physical capacity focuses on compensating for permanent limitations rather than restoring full functionality. And you learn techniques that leverage tactical knowledge and crowd management instead of relying on athletic capabilities that no longer exist at previous levels. The whole curriculum acknowledging that your gladiatorial career has entered phase where experience must substitute for physical prowess that accumulated damage has permanently compromised. Your record now stands at 4 victories and 1 draw. The Spartacus match adding prestige without technically counting as win. And the unusual statistic creates market value that promoters recognize as commercially interesting because audiences appreciate fighters with unconventional records that suggest dramatic backstories and complex narratives beyond simple win-loss accounting. Marcus emphasizes that future match assignments will likely involve increasingly difficult opponents as your fame attracts promoter interest in creating high-profile contests. And the reality that success breeds harder challenges rather than easier opportunities reveals the treadmill nature of gladiatorial careers, where achievement simply raises the difficulty level of subsequent tests rather than providing respite or reduced risk. The psychological impact of the Spartacus match manifests in unexpected ways during training. Moments when particular movements trigger memories of specific injuries. Anxiety responses that activate based on pattern recognition, even when rational analysis confirms you're in practice rather than actual mortal danger. And you recognize that combat trauma compounds across matches in ways that simple survival doesn't resolve, creating accumulated psychological burden that exists alongside the physical damage as permanent career consequence. Quintus's partnership remains strong despite your extended absence, his loyalty revealing itself as genuine friendship rather than merely tactical alliance. Though you both understand that the gladiatorial system might eventually force situations where personal bonds conflict with survival necessity. And managing that tension requires acknowledging the limitations of what friendship can mean in contexts designed to isolate fighters and prevent collective action that might threaten institutional control. The new recruits who arrive during your recovery look at you with the same awe you remember directing toward veteran fighters during your own early training. Though now being the object of that assessment feels different because you understand the survivor bias that makes your continued existence seem like proof of possibility when statistically it represents unlikely outcome that most recruits won't replicate regardless of how carefully they study your techniques or try to emulate your approach. News arrives about upcoming games scheduled for 3 months hence. Another imperial spectacle, celebrating military victories. And speculation immediately begins about whether you'll be selected despite your recent injuries and reduced physical capacity. The commercial value of your name apparently outweighing medical prudence and promoters' calculations about which fighters to feature in high-visibility matches. Marcus's tactical briefings increasingly emphasize the metagame aspects of gladiatorial combat. How to influence referee decisions through strategic positioning, techniques for managing crowd reactions to maximize mercy probability if matches trend toward defeat, political awareness about which sponsors favor which fighting styles and how to adjust performance to please specific patrons whose judgments might determine fate. And the curriculum expansion reveals that successful gladiatorial careers at elite levels require sophistication far beyond simple fighting skills. The social dynamics within the ludus grow more complex as your status increases, other fighters seeking your mentorship or alliance, while some maintain distance or display resentment. And you navigate these relationships with growing political awareness, because making enemies creates risks, while building networks provides resources that might prove valuable when circumstances require assistance that formal ludus structure doesn't provide. Galen conducts regular medical assessments focused on monitoring your recovered injuries for signs of re-injury or degradation. And his frank discussions about career sustainability include statistical analysis of how many matches gladiators with your damage profile typically survive before catastrophic failure occurs. The numbers suggesting that you might have perhaps 5 to 10 more arena appearances before accumulated trauma makes continued participation essentially suicidal, regardless of skill or tactical knowledge. The evenings bring continued philosophical discussions with Quintus about what constitutes meaningful achievement in gladiatorial context. Whether fame and commercial success represent genuine accomplishment or merely successful exploitation of system designed to extract entertainment value from human suffering. And neither of you reaches satisfying conclusions because the questions resist clean answers when posed about circumstances that fundamentally dehumanize participants while offering minimal realistic paths toward actual freedom or dignity. The selection for the next Imperial Games arrives with efficiency that suggests the lanista has been negotiating your participation for weeks. And when Marcus announces that you'll be fighting in another high-profile match, this time against a Thraex named Maximus with 9 victories, you experience the familiar combination of dread and resignation that's become your default emotional response to scheduled violence. The fear never diminishing despite accumulating experience, because rational assessment of mortality risk remains constant, regardless of how many previous matches you've survived. The preparation period feels compressed compared to previous cycles, your body still carrying limitations from the Spartacus match that haven't fully resolved despite months of rehabilitation. And Marcus's modified training acknowledges these permanent restrictions by developing strategies that work around compromised shoulder mobility and reduced overall physical capacity. The whole approach treating you as damaged equipment that requires special handling rather than athlete capable of peak performance. Maximus's record reveals a fighter who specializes in close-quarters combat, his curved Thraex sword and small shield creating tactical challenges different from the opponents you've previously faced. And studying his match history shows preference for aggressive pressure that forces opponents into defensive postures where his superior technique in tight spaces provides decisive advantages. The analysis suggesting that maintaining distance will be critical to survival against someone whose skills excel precisely in the ranges where your physical limitations create maximum vulnerability. Lucius conducts persona refinement, focused on managing audience expectations given your reduced physical state, explaining that crowds will notice your compromised movement and that acknowledging limitations while demonstrating courage despite them can actually enhance the reluctant warrior character that's become your commercial brand. The whole discussion treating your accumulated damage as marketing opportunity rather than career liability, which feels simultaneously pragmatic and grotesque in how completely it commodifies even your physical deterioration. The psychological weight of facing another elite opponent while operating at diminished capacity creates anxiety that exceeds previous pre-match stress, because you understand viscerally that the margin between survival and death has narrowed with each injury, that your body's reduced functionality means less room for tactical error, that one serious mistake against someone of Maximus's caliber could produce catastrophic consequences that your compromised physical state might not survive, even if mercy gets granted. Quintus provides support through intensive training partnership, helping you develop specific techniques for managing Maximus's preferred close combat style while working within your physical limitations, and his assistance demonstrates the value of bonds formed through shared gladiatorial experience. Though you recognize that watching you fight in diminished condition will create its own stress for him. Because friendship means caring about outcomes in ways that make witnessing high-risk matches emotionally difficult. The nights bring familiar insomnia and anxiety dreams, your sleeping mind constructing elaborate scenarios of arena combat, where your physical limitations prove fatal against Maximus's aggressive close-quarters techniques. And you wake from these nightmares, understanding that your subconscious is processing legitimate tactical concerns rather than producing irrational fears, because the probability genuinely suggests that fighting elite opponents while carrying permanent injuries creates unsustainable risk profile, regardless of experience or tactical knowledge. Galen's final medical clearance comes with extensive warnings about re-injury risk. His assessment concluding that you're capable of competing, but that sustaining serious damage to previously injured areas could create permanent disability or life-threatening complications, and his frank discussion of worst-case scenarios includes the observation that some gladiators reach point where additional arena exposure becomes medically inadvisable, regardless of commercial value or lanista preferences. Though he acknowledges that such medical advice rarely influences decisions made by owners who view fighters as revenue-generating assets, rather than patients deserving health-focused care. The week before the match compresses into sequence of intensive preparation and mounting dread. The reality of facing Maximus while operating at reduced capacity, transforming from abstract concern into imminent concrete crisis. And you move through training and tactical review with focus that's simultaneously sharper and more fragile than previous matches, because the stakes feel existentially higher when facing elite opponent while carrying limitations that might prove decisive in determining survival versus death. Marcus conducts final briefing that emphasizes survival strategies as much as victory techniques, discussing how to minimize damage if the match trends badly, when to consider tactical surrender to maximize mercy probability. The whole conversation acknowledging that victory remains possible, but that realistic assessment suggests preserving life might require accepting defeat gracefully rather than fighting to point where accumulated damage becomes irreversible. And processing this honest tactical advice requires confronting mortality in ways that previous matches where victory seemed achievable didn't demand with such stark clarity. The morning of the games arrives with the same inexorable physics that's characterized all previous arena appearances, time continuing regardless of readiness or desire for delay. And as you move through armor fitting and weapons check and religious gestures that might be actual prayer or might be superstitious habit, you recognize that you've reached point in gladiatorial career where each match might be the last, where accumulated damage has created situation where survival depends increasingly on factors beyond your control, where the mathematics of mortality have shifted unfavorably enough that continued participation represents acceptance of probable death rather than reasonable risk in pursuit of possible freedom. The arena entrance for what you increasingly suspect might be your final match carries weight that previous appearances didn't. The accumulated physical damage and psychological exhaustion combining to create state where survival feels less like probability calculation and more like desperate hope unsupported by realistic assessment of your compromised capabilities against an elite opponent whose skills remain undiminished by injury or career toll. The crowd noise filters down through stone to the holding cells, their anticipation building for matches that will include your bout against Maximus. And you recognize from the sound patterns that the audience energy is high, expectations calibrated for dramatic combat, which means the pressure to deliver entertainment value will be intense regardless of whether your body can actually perform at levels that satisfy their appetite for spectacular violence. Maximus occupies an adjacent preparation area, and through the bars, you observe him conducting pre-match rituals with the calm efficiency of someone who survived 9 arena victories and who approaches scheduled combat with confidence born from mastery rather than bravado concealing fear. His physical condition visibly superior to yours. The contrast making clear that this match pits damaged fighter against healthy champion. An arrangement that seems designed more for dramatic underdog narrative than for competitive balance. The final armor fitting proceeds with attendants who perform this service hundreds of times. Their professional detachment revealing that they see you as temporary occupant of equipment rather than person facing potential death, and the recognition of your own replaceability creates strange psychological effect that's simultaneously liberating and horrifying, because understanding that the system continues regardless of individual outcomes makes your specific fate feel both cosmically insignificant and personally devastating. Quintus appears during final preparation moments, his presence providing emotional support that helps manage the anxiety threatening to compromise functional capacity. And his quiet observation that you've already achieved more than most gladiators ever accomplish provides perspective that doesn't eliminate fear, but contextualizes it within framework of genuine achievement rather than pure survival desperation. The call comes with bureaucratic efficiency that transforms abstract future into immediate present. And you move toward the tunnel entrance with body that feels simultaneously too heavy and too light. Your relationship with physical sensation altered by stress hormones flooding your system in preparation for extreme performance demands. And you try to center yourself mentally, while recognizing that the psychological preparation techniques you've developed might prove inadequate against the reality of facing elite opponent, while operating at significantly diminished physical capacity. The tunnel graffiti passes in peripheral awareness, previous gladiators' messages representing accumulated history of men who walked this path toward uncertain fate. And you add your own mark with piece of broken stone, a simple line that carries more finality than previous editions because some part of you recognizes that this match represents genuine crisis point where accumulated damage meets superior opposition in combination that might not be survivable, regardless of tactical knowledge or crowd favor. The light at tunnel's end approaches with familiar brilliance. Contrast between underground darkness and arena sunlight, creating visual shock that's become associated with transition from preparation to performance. And you step forward into noise that hits like physical pressure. 70,000 voices concentrated on welcoming fighters who will entertain them through struggle and blood and potential death. Their investment in spectacle creating pressure that matters despite having no direct tactical impact on combat outcomes. The arena's sand reflects sunlight with painful intensity. Pristine surface recently raked to remove evidence of previous matches, providing clean canvas for whatever violence is about to occur. And you take your position while Maximus enters from opposite gate. His movements fluid and controlled, his physical condition making clear that you're facing someone operating at peak capability while you're managing permanent limitations that compromise optimal technique execution. The referee conducts introductions with elaborate formality that emphasizes disparity in physical condition as much as record difference. Framing match as damaged veteran versus healthy champion in narrative designed to create dramatic tension. And the crowd's reaction reveals divided investment, with some sections supporting you based on accumulated fame, while others favor Maximus as superior fighter, likely to provide dominant performance. The formal salute to the sponsor follows traditional protocol, acknowledging the wealthy patron whose celebration these games honor. And you use the moment to access whatever combat psychology allowed previous victories, while simultaneously acknowledging to yourself that this match will require performance beyond what your damaged body can reliably produce. That survival might depend more on tactical surrender and sponsor mercy than on achieving actual competitive victory against someone whose capabilities significantly exceed your current reduced state. The signal comes, the match begins, and immediately the tactical reality becomes apparent in ways that preparation described, but experiencing directly reveals as more challenging than abstract training suggested. Maximus's superior physical condition, allowing him to pressure you in ways that your compromised mobility struggles to manage effectively. His curved Thraex sword, finding angles that your reduced shoulder function can't adequately defend. And within opening exchanges, you understand that this match will test not just fighting skills, but fundamental will to continue struggling. When rational assessment suggests that defeat is approaching with mathematical inevitability, your defensive efforts manage to prevent immediate catastrophic damage. The training Marcus provided, allowing adequate response to Maximus's opening attacks. Though you recognize that he's establishing dominance while gathering intelligence about your specific limitations. The tactical asymmetry favoring him because he can afford patient development, while you need to find exploitable weaknesses quickly before his superior capabilities create decisive advantages that your compromised state can't overcome. The crowd appreciates the tactical complexity despite obvious skill differential. Their noise patterns suggesting recognition that you're providing competitive resistance rather than simply collapsing. And you sense that maintaining this appearance of genuine contest matters for eventual mercy judgment if the match trends toward requiring sponsor decision about your fate, because audiences more readily support preserving fighters who demonstrate courage and skill, even in obvious defeat, compared to those who surrender without adequate entertainment provision. The match develops with Maximus controlling pace and positioning, his superior physical condition allowing sustained pressure that your compromised body struggles to manage. And you find yourself fighting purely defensive contest, where survival depends on minimizing damage rather than creating offensive opportunities. The tactical situation revealing itself as unsustainable. Because defensive fighting against elite opponent eventually produces openings that get exploited regardless of how skillfully you manage retreat and position. Your first significant hit comes not from tactical brilliance, but from Maximus briefly overextending during aggressive combination, creating momentary window where your counterstrike finds his forward leg in cut that draws blood without causing serious damage, but establishes that you remain dangerous despite obvious disadvantage. And the crowd's reaction suggests appreciation for the upset moment, even though both fighters recognize that single successful strike doesn't indicate competitive balance when overall capabilities favor him decisively. Maximus's response to being struck reveals professional composure rather than emotional reaction. His attacks continuing with methodical precision, designed to systematically break down your defense through accumulated pressure rather than seeking single decisive blow. And you recognize that he's fighting intelligently rather than aggressively. Understanding that patience favors superior fighter because time works against damaged opponent, whose limited capacity will degrade faster than healthy champion's reserves. The physical toll of sustained defensive combat manifests in ways that training couldn't fully predict. Your compromised shoulder burning with each shield block. Your reduced mobility creating situations where optimal defensive positioning requires movements your body can't execute. And the gap between tactical knowledge and physical capability widens with each exchange as exhaustion compounds the permanent limitations that already compromise your effectiveness. Your shield takes damage that begins affecting structural integrity, cracks spreading across wood that will eventually cause complete failure. Adding another countdown timer to the multiple ways this tactical situation is deteriorating toward inevitable crisis. And you try to manage shield positioning to distribute stress, while recognizing that equipment failure represents additional challenge beyond the already substantial problem of facing superior opponent while operating at reduced capacity. The crowd's investment in match outcome intensifies despite obvious skill differential, their noise patterns suggesting that your continued resistance despite clear disadvantage is generating the dramatic narrative they value. And you understand that entertainment value might translate to mercy if the match ends with your defeat. Though you also recognize that audiences are fickle, and that their current support could evaporate if you stop providing adequate spectacle through continued competitive struggle. Maximus lands serious strike when your compromised mobility prevents optimal defensive response. His Thrax sword finding your already damaged shoulder in hit that creates immediate catastrophic pain and essentially eliminates your sword arm's remaining limited utility. And suddenly you're fighting one-armed against healthy two-armed champion in tactical situation that seems designed to demonstrate the futility of continued resistance, rather than provide genuine path toward survival. The referee watches closely, evaluating whether your shoulder injury justifies intervention. But you demonstrate continued capability despite visible pain because surrendering to injury means accepting defeat without attempting tactical adaptation that might create survival possibility, however remote. And maintaining combat readiness at minimal levels prevents mercy stoppage that would force sponsor judgment about your fate before you've exhausted all possible options for affecting outcome. Your transition to offhand weapon work proceeds with awkward desperation as you shift Gladius to uninjured side. Understanding that fighting left-handed against elite right-handed opponent represents nearly impossible tactical challenge. But that surrender is an option while consciousness and mobility remain. And the crowd's reaction to your refusal to quit suggests that you've earned their favor through demonstrated courage regardless of probable match outcome. The offhand combat proves even more difficult than previous experience suggested, your non-dominant side lacking the muscle memory and precision that dominant hand developed through months of intensive training. And Maximus exploits this limitation with strikes that find openings your awkward defense can't adequately cover. accumulating damage that pushes your body toward the breaking point where function becomes impossible, regardless of willpower or determination. Your shield finally fails completely. The accumulated stress causing structural collapse that leaves you without defensive equipment against opponent whose offensive capability remains substantially intact. And the loss creates tactical crisis that should end the match, except that Maximus seems content to allow continued combat rather than pressing for immediate conclusion, perhaps recognizing that extended dramatic struggle provides better entertainment value than quick decisive victory. The engagement continues with you visibly deteriorating, offhand sword work becoming increasingly ineffective as exhaustion and pain override whatever minimal technique your non-dominant side possesses. And you recognize that the match is approaching conclusion not through your defeat in traditional sense, but through simple physical collapse. When your body's capacity to continue function finally fails completely under accumulated trauma, Maximus lands strike to your leg that compromises your mobility. The wound not immediately catastrophic, but sufficient to affect balance and movement in ways that eliminate remaining tactical options for managing distance or creating defensive positioning. And you understand that this injury represents the final degradation that makes continued combat not just inadvisable, but functionally impossible. The referee approaches to evaluate situation, his assessment apparently concluding that you've reached limit of sustainable combat capability. And his signal brings the match to halt with your defeat confirmed not through dramatic final strike, but through accumulated damage rendering you incapable of continued effective resistance. The conclusion feeling anticlimactic compared to previous matches that ended with clear, decisive moments, rather than progressive deterioration past functional threshold. The sponsor rises from his seat, and the crowd falls silent in anticipation of judgment about whether you've provided sufficient entertainment value to deserve mercy despite clear defeat. And you kneel in the sand with your gladius dropped from nerveless fingers while hoping desperately that the courage you demonstrated through continued resistance, despite overwhelming disadvantage, will translate to clemency from sponsor, whose decision determines whether you survive to potentially fight again or die here today, having exhausted your body's capacity to continue participating in system designed to extract entertainment from human suffering.